Hello everyone. I'm back. I'm listening to... Okay, hold on. The context. I already opened up the game and the beats are already taking me. Damn. Hello everybody, how are you guys doing? Hope you guys are having a great time. And if no, that is probably because of Elon Musk. Especially if you're Romanian. Did you guys heard that he endorsed apparently literally the worst possible candidate for our country? It's about to be awesome in this country. I can already feel it. March is going to be absolutely terrible. Taking you places? Yeah, the beat takes me to places. Exactly. Anyhow. Yeah, I cannot wait. Exactly. I don't understand how can people be so stupid. Also, that's also a crime. Like, that's a crime. No? Well, I'm not sure if endorsing is a crime, but like, what the fudge is he doing as an American citizen with European politics? Like, that should be legal. But maybe it's just me. Especially if he's using X, if he's using Twitter for that, that should... Isn't he doing the same as he did with Germany? They really should boot him from any kind of public places. Or the internet in general. I don't know. Anyhow, it's going to be fun to see where we are taking our country, but hopefully we're not gonna be stupid enough to leave NATO. Hopefully we're not gonna be stupid enough. We cannot survive that. Just saying. But yeah, who am I to know? I'm just what, a 25-year-old VTuber. Anyways, it's bad interfering with other countries' politics, but this is America we are talking about. They used to invade countries when the socialist revolution happened on their continent. Alright. We should be glad that they only cussing us out on the internet. Wow. Wow. I just hope, because like literally that's all I have left. I just hope people are not this stupid, you know, to like eat from a literal's mouth. Like, please, let's all agree to not be this stupid. Also, I don't know what's going on with my hand tracking, and it picks up on its own. Like, you know, I feel like soon we're gonna have a few not contests. What is it called? What is it called? The word. Wait, I forgot the word. When people go into the streets and scream. God, the word. Oh my god. I know it in Hungarian. No. Protest. Thank you. I knew it in Hungarian. Didn't come to my mind in... Yeah, boycott, protest, the two. I feel like it's going to happen again soon. I know that it happened before they cancelled everything, that a lot of people went out and there. Especially young adults, as they should. I swear to God, we cannot handle... We're not gonna be able to survive if things gonna go that south. We're going to be fudged. I just really hope, Jesus, my hand tracking, that people are not this stupid. Like, guys, we cannot afford leaving the EU. Please, don't be stupid. We barely have good conditions even like this. Like, you're gonna fudge up so many lives if you put someone like that up ahead. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. Am I allowed to say this? Am I allowed to talk about... Like, I'm not gonna talk about who I'm gonna vote for. I'm just gonna talk about who I'm not gonna vote for. Am I allowed to do that? I hope I do. Because I don't like that guy. I don't like the idea of slamming dictatorial leadership as the answer. That is literally everything that I'm against us. Just saying. You're gonna be so fudged. Anyhow, I got myself some pupulets for tonight because I am sad. So, I'm gonna just prepare this in the meantime. I thought I pushed something under my table. Hold on. So, you know when the Russians are gonna come knock on the border the moment we leave NATO? Exactly. Exactly. We are literally fudged straight up. Like, you cannot be this stupid. I just hope this country is not this stupid. I hope. Because if I have to go to every one of my neighbor and tell them, hey, maybe don't vote on the guy that literally wants us to become the next communistic USSR again. That's going to be so terrible. So terrible. We are all going to hell. And I'm sure a lot of people just straight up gonna leave the country. I cannot even leave the country. Like, I don't have that power. I might as well here. Like, I don't even know how medicine is in another country. Like, my chances for survival are so slim. Nah, they don't. They don't. Like it's literally so blatantly in front of us, and we really want to go back to communism, really? And the problem is not with communism as an ideology. The problem is that we know what these guys want to do with communism. They literally want to recreate the same dictatorial leadership. It's not even funny. Like, you cannot be this blind. There's so many old people. We already survived. You guys already survived that, and you want to go back? What's wrong with you? Like, don't tell me you're this demented to say yes to this. I just hope that's not the case. I really hope that we can all agree that probably doing this is going to do us no good. Or at the very least, the majority of this country somehow realizes that maybe endorsing and following someone so blindly like sheeple. We're gonna be sheeple, literally. Those people who barely survived the communist era say it was better before. And then they're gonna go back. They're gonna go back and they'll be like, no, this is not better. Old people should not be like. I feel like if children are not allowed to vote, old people after a certain age also should not be allowed to vote. Just saying. Like, you guys have little time left. Maybe don't fudge up the country more than it already is. Unless they are smart enough to not vote on someone like this. I hope that the minority and the feeble but still existing LGBTQ community of this country are smart enough to not do this. To realize that the moment we put someone like this up there, individuality and literal free thinking is going to go out the window. Nostalgia is a silly thing. God bless. Anyhow, I don't want to think more about this. I feel like I didn't turn on this. Hold on. I don't think the scripts are turned on. Are the scripts not working? Or am I just not hearing them? Ah, now they're working. Did you misspell it? Ah, you misspelled it. Okay. Yeah. I don't even think about the verse situation, but that's what I have. I do think LGBT people already know who to not vote. Please, I'm begging you. They're not the problem. Yeah, but we are so little in this country. Our numbers are barely make up anything. Anyhow, hopefully we're not gonna get that fudged. I can only hope. Anyways, let's just play some good game and have fun. Oh my god, hold on, this is not set up. Give me a surge. Oh, Christianity is cool now? Wow, I didn't know that. And there were people who believed they used to be better. Christianity is not gonna do you in communist USSR. Like, they literally controlled the whole idea, or the whole Orthodox, like, church. They're gonna do that again, and every other religion is going to be fucking destroyed. Like, I just hope Christians, the Roman Christians or any other Protestants, are not this stupid. Uh-huh. Where was I? Did I not save? I feel like I already did this. Oh, I think I didn't save, but I remember saving. Or the save system is a bit off. Okay, we had this talk. Yeah, I think the saves might be a bit effed, but... Okay, let me save, let me click through this, yada yada yada. If you don't know what's happening, that's because you weren't on the last stream. Check your saves. I might check it again, but hold on. This was the last save I had, no? Oh no, I had one more, it was so dark I couldn't see it. Never mind, I had another one, it was just so dark. Okay. Up on ramps and down of ramps, above skywalks and under tram lines, the buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory, national headquarters for the likes of How Industries, Lockkian, Tethys, Nath. Is there are evil lesbians? Are there good gays? I don't know yet. I called it after stream. I feel like David, the victim, made an android child because he's gay and he couldn't have a child. I have a feeling that there's gonna be some kind of gay allegory to gay marriage and raising children as homosexual couples. If that's the case, I win. Don't forget to like the stream. Yep. Each of them sheltering their own micro city of employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper's shadow. Whalefall, the entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. Live off the fetid, rotting fat of the leviathans that swallow generations of people by the mouthful. Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that? Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city, a towering serve center of the whole nation's android industry. It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Sarah. Answers I never get browsing the company's website or speaking to a representative. Synopsis, relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there? Noble will have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to. History. Their efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation will. How did you know my father? Hello, Albino Tailgater. Thank you. I am doing fine. Trying not to be overcrushed by the fact that Elon Musk is trying to tamper with my country's politics because he thinks it's funny. But hey, it's nothing new. Romania is so cooked, chat. Anyhow. What? I'm sorry, did I interrupt your brooding? I love you, Sarah. No. What did you ask? My father, I know you were his friend, but what was your relationship like? Can't you just scroll through our socials? Father avoided social media, and your online presence is not significant. You saying I don't have enough followers? Aww. Essentially. We went to the same college. You studied programming? No, I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology. Is that a good way to prepare for law school? I wasn't preparing for law school. Or anything else, really. David, though, he had talent and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics. What classes did you share then? Business ethics. Goddamn. I'm doing good after dealing with sick cat, but Sophia, my cat, is with her. Aww, can tell Sophia that chat says hi. Give her a little kiss. Give little Sophia a little kiss. I was the second best student in the class and he was the first. He was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging and I clearly didn't despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue and sometimes to ask for help. Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance. What, like I was some kind of social butterfly? The belle of the ball? You weren't? One Sunday night, he knocked on my door all panicked, saying he was in a bad shape for his tech course. There was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to last quiz him. He wasn't satisfied though, wanted to cram the rest of the night. Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm? Did I say something scandalous? He's been called the founder of modern programming. Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. He was already fried by that point. Wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him. You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying? Psst, no, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some bread mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast cause the taste is so strong. You gave him a placebo. He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my darling haste, Jesus. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just until it kicked in. And our test? B+, I think. I'm surprised that father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him. I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published his paper. The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics. That's a word. Heuristics? One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but it still hasn't failed any known Turing test in the years since. Don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate. What did you tell him? I don't remember telling him anything, actually. A lot of our conversation went like that. Heuristics are mental shortcuts for solving problems in a quick way to deliver results that is sufficient enough to be useful given the constraints. Thank you. Kion, you must feel home right now. Do you feel home? Do you feel happy? Do you feel content? Do you understand what's going on? Good. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. And at the end of the conversation, he thanked me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Noble's offer and they took over his education, paid him to work on his masters during the day and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early. You're referring to his one-point doctrine. Quality over quantity. Simple and elegant, just like his code. Simple and elegant, but anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously they got over their distaste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world's leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship, he helped me put a down payment on my apartment, then made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. So, is that enough data for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were in fact friends? I am. But Adonai, the favor that you owe him, what was it for? That's private. Understand? She helped him kill someone. She killed someone for him. I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Say you understand. I understand, Adonai. We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send a word ahead? Just tell them that David's lawyer is here. Are we starting the trial? July the 1st, 2086. We are at 2. No. The trial was at 4. We are at 249. Noble Electronics Northeastern HQ. Also, we didn't find the musician yet. Sub lobby A8. I've been here before. Sat right here in this lobby, waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least, I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor. Could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me. Foldings in and themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they needed to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up the blueprints. The greatest minds of each generation coming together, just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. Adonai, is something bothering you? Just doing the math on how long will we be waiting here. Apparently, someone will be here shortly. So maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, I'll improve my mood. Alright, let's see. They changed the logo again. No electronics. How's it feel stepping in here? Is this some kind of religious experience for you? It's just a corporation where my father worked. Careful now or they'll burn you for heresy against the company. You said it again, the company, as if it's some proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you? So it can't obey simple orders, but it can pick up on that. Is it just a part of the corporate culture? Noble's one of the most biggest corporation there is. One of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in a company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe a Noble's timetable and its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. Alright. Oh, my mouse keeps dying. That's not good. To think this is the only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of the rock by waves, like it's always been here. That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere. I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here? Probably because of what they do to the ones that get in. I'm kidding. Though I don't have a better explanation. Let's see. So much energy, so many people, all so intent. You kidding? It's Saturday. The place is half empty. But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays? All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flipping a coin, I guess. All these people for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. What could they all possibly be doing? Making work for themselves. You can be very cynical, can't you? Yeah, I'm terrible. But that guy over there just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pause and some goddamn authority. My mood's starting to sour, and if they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish. Morgan? Who? Oh wow! Who is this dingus? I'm gonna save. Wait. Oh, save. That's me! Hey there, Android Manufacturing Quality Control Eastern Division. Evan Dawes. Alright. Dawes, August 1st, 189 centimeters, 78 kilogram, A minus. Chief Supervisor, Android Manufacturing Quality Control. Likes hammocks, calligraphy, pale ale. Dislikes first dates, conference calls, 5 o'clock shadow. Whatever that is. Proud of his practice handshake, struggles with solving captchas. Hair starting to gray. Period. Alright. Even though he says like it's an afterthought. What's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy? You seem familiar. Have you? I'm David's lawyer. Oh, then we must apologies. Let me first just say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else in the company must be going through a lot right now. As if it's a proper noun. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. Solving captchas, sus. Oh no, I think he's human. He has, or are those? Maybe you're right. He's either having, those are either I mean, androids don't go on dates. But I wanted to say those look like cybernetics. You're welcome, but it's not a big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? And the Jesus, I'm good. And compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... Never mind. How can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Asher began the process of registering this android. Yes, that is correct. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. It's definitely custom. Gee, you think? Good thing I sought out an expert. Warm, it goes without saying, reminds me of the A16 Premiere, if anything. The barcode is clearly printed, no visible defects. Oh wow, okay. But you're right, it doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file. Well, they sent you the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place. Not far, I hope? It's in the building. Oh, he's so silly, I like him. In the building, that could mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike. The production line on B9 should have everything we need. You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters. B9 is a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and in what shape or sizes, then they come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made. They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests. Smart! So long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. No kidding. There are 11 cameras on us at the moment, that I can see. And who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way. Clearly nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. So if they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. I love her. Lead the way! 8 p.m. Noble Electronics Northeastern HQ. Basement floor 9. Dude, this looks awesome. It's really is full furnished down here. That looks so cool. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to get to see all this in person, you know. Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem, I've got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it. I better take full advantage. I need more than a cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around, you stay put in the meantime. Adonai? Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. Alright. Feels like I've seen this before. Oh, this was in David's like personal lab as well, this machine. That's right, there was one in David's lab. That's the nano-grade elementary manufacturer, nanofacturer for short. Real high-quality piece of machinery, each of them built in-house by Randok Mechanics. What does he do? Nano-level flash fab. A method of manufacturing artificial microscopic compounds that utilizes parallel nesting to assemble billions of simple structures in minutes or even a second. Nanomachines have been around for the better part of a century, but the time and resource required for their construction through traditional means was historically prohibited in the years of the flash fabrication. It's also that makes the skin, or well, the warm part. Scientists, doctors, and product designers have found brand new niches for them across every industry. Concerns about the ecological impact of the surge's nanomachine constructions have been raised through the official stance of the remain averting nothing that small can possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint. Basically a 3D printer for nanomachines. You build nanomachines in your factories for use in your androids. The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, and provide a solution. A 3D printer for nanomachines, so what kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks. They feed into the nanoprinter and it assembles the machines particle by particle, like a ribosome, building structurally complex proteins out of a chemical simpler nucleic acid. Jesus, I cannot read all these big words. Holy smokes. Must be time consuming. You would think, but Randok cracked the code on parallel microfacturing. The inside's crystalline, sprawling like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. The finished product ends up at the center and it drips out in a liquid solution. This is the nectar. Swimming with trillions of nanites in just 2 minutes. Nectar, it's sticky? It can be, depending on the desired output, but the door vacuum seals while it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof. What a relief. Not exactly a box of paper clips David could just have brought home from the office one day. He must have bought his own, for some reason. That's a... I wanna see this. There's something out there that caught my eye when we came in. A very familiar shade of crimson. If I squint through the glass out of the floor, there are temperature-controlled fluid tanks. Through glass and plastic flows an ice catching scarlet that transitions into... So you add the blood towards the end. You mean the oxidant? Yeah, relatively late in the process. Something's out of place? Androids have blood, even if it's not officially labeled as such, but it isn't red, it's pink. Just like Danganronpa. Sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish, but pink. I just didn't think the oxidant would be red. Oh, right. Sorry, I better notice it at this point. The color is natural, comes from the biomanufacturing process. That chromophage? How do you pronounce chromophage? I'm gonna call it chromophage. I don't know what's that word. Augh removes the byproduct, the waste, the excess pigment, changing it from blood red to psychopath pink. Without that chromophage, our android's flesh would come out looking all the wrong colors. That may be true, it probably isn't, but it may be. But I have a simple explanation. Blood is primal, the site of it carries weight. They change the color of their product's blood so that when the android gets a bottle broken against its face, no one bats an eye. This seems to share the same components with that cough instead of a snapping in. If does quality assurance, is it some kind of android calibration device? It's probably what he'll use to register Sarah. Looks a little... Is Sarah tall enough for it to recognize her? What? Oh, box. What we've got on this data pad? Some kind of write-up? On the subject of Sullivan speak, much of our words today, and in fact much of our words economy, is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. The thought experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in the otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assist us in nearly every industry on this planet. There's a very simple primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living, like cartoons and puppets and toys, and we like things that are damn near indistinguishable from the living, like whatever name Noble's latest products are being sold under. But there are deep trenches between those two ends, where products are universally appealing to human sensibility. The uncanny valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for teaching marketing and design for generations to come, but already we are seeing ways in which it fails. It is becoming increasingly clear to us that the space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we ever suspect, and it may not be only part of the map that we must fear. I propose we bridge these gaps in knowledge by looking to the speculative fiction of Robert J. Sullivan, who in his most well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, described the concept which thereafter has been called Sullivan Speak. Through the lens of his characters and their so very divided world, Sullivan demonstrates that the uncanny valley does, in fact, have its own peak on the other side, a point past which make an artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Jesus, I cannot read all these things. Once you reach Sullivan's Speak, traveling any further only has diminishes returns. The implications of this idea are far-reaching. We will very soon reach a point at which the designers of ads can only make their creations less lifelike or less likable, a hard stopping point for technological progress. What then, we must ask? Ope, looks like you forgot to sign in, thank you. Surprised to find reading material like that around here. Were they passing it around as a gag, or are they actually afraid of Sullivan Speak around here? Noble must be very dismissive of it. Okay, let me save. I feel like they're more dismissive when it comes to it. Like, they keep making these warm androids, but maybe they are wary of it at some point. Let's try dismissing. Nobody's making money hand over first. Why should they carry this? Yeah, it might be wary then. Hold on. If the peak does exist, they'll be coming up on the fast now that the androids are warm. Noba's entire product line, maybe their entire industry, could go bottoms if the people start to think it's cruel. If Sarah's an indication of where their androids are headed, I could see some people getting uncomfortable. Okay. Oh. What's being built out there? Our top-of-the-line brand new bestsellers, the Animate 16. Warm. Looks kinda cold out there. We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Slows the organics already turned metabolic activity to a minimum. That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. I just find that I'm surprised to see metal. Oh, well, all the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in their process. Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16 prototype. But it's hard to imagine bringing the gap between her and these scattered all parts. I get that you can grow just about anything from Lax Gemini, but how do you get that synthetic and organic to work together? Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began work on the worm concept. The 1.0s were really skinned with synthetic muscle. And it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just... right. For 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin. But digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end. Didn't the muscle flex when you passed an electric current through them? They'd flex and unflex, sure, but that's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Looked like puppets strung on a live wire. We used the test footage to haze interns, actually. You must have figured something out. The A16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway. Thank you, we try. We ended up reaching out to mod companies. Well, we actually just bought out half a dozen of them, but... right. They figured out how to get human nervous system moving many mechanical limbs decades ago. So we just needed to get a mechanical nervous system to move. Living limbs. Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human. High precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity. So you had to do the opposite. Exactly, we created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh. Where did that breakthrough come from, Dr. Asher? Partly, he led the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles across the chassis. But the the synthetic analog serotonin, that was actually an old brainchild from the VP of Android Futures, Helen Jung. Jesus. Jung. Hasn't even mentioned a Dr. Jung before. Sounds impressive. She's one hell of a biochemist. Or she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get to her kind of pay grade. So Jung collaborated with David on the technology that enabled warm androids. As I thought, whatever went into Sarah that makes the android so distinct, he couldn't have taken sole credit for it. Jung. Did he partner with her on this? Tell me there's still something I'm missing? It would advance me automatically. Did I miss something? Oh. An inhaler left on the desk, probably a half a dozen empty ones in one of the drawers. Dave's? The inhalers, they're distributed by the company, correct? Oh yeah, HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on the performance and job fulfillment reviews. Other corporations do it the same way. Yeah, pretty much. Everyone is trying to keep pace with each other, so... Can't have your employees losing focus on the job. Could cost you who knows how much in lost efficiency. Sorry if this is an insensitive, but given what happened to David, are overdoses common in the company? Yeah. I told you it's the inhaler! I knew it's the... I told you it's the inhaler. Yeah, he says. Overdoses, that is not hospitalizations or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days. These days? Man, back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from their first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the one ramp. Popped greens? Yeah, it used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you there, follow the red after brushing your teeth and get into your bunk fast. But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement, like going from torches to the light bulb. Maybe they use the med. Maybe they use the med and it mixed with alcohol. They sync straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear. The trainees under me don't realize how good they've got it. Kids probably won't even have to learn how to purge. The act of employing one's stomach contents by inducing vomit, triggering the gag reflex for using laxatives to stimulate the bowel movement. Oh, so like to empty one's stomach, okay. Yeah, I know, right? All done? You ready to get the ad handled? Thanks for humoring me. Can you have it step into the scanner? As he says. Understood. Right, then, what are we looking at here? Whoa. There's a lot to unpack here. We theorized that it may have been Asher's pincushion. A pincushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading here. What language is that on the screen? Tess. You know, Tesseract, all noble products and... well, pretty much all products, period, are programmed in Tess. Oh, so many reading! Tesseract 4.6, better known as Tess, is the latest version of the Tesseract programming language. So it's like a C++ kind of thing? Those programming languages? Built on top of the Tenet system and utilized in industries around the globe to code the software that allow androids, robots, holograms, and more to react to their environment intelligently and with intention. At the start of the century, there was a much greater variety in number of programming languages available with which code. Globalization... This is virtually unchallenged as the global lingua franca programming language. The study of teaching of other older programming languages is mostly done for recreation, hobby, or digital archaeology. Okay. Chromofuge. Why is this an evidence? Oh, the fact that it's inside his lab? Easy to read and write, stay compliant. Now, this model, what's it go by? Sarah. This Sarah model, it's got everything that a 16th line has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing, and emoting. But there's a lot of crammed in here that's still in development. Like in the idea phases. Soral cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overlocking with extended tolerances. Data storage so large I can't... Now, no, wow, he had to measure it using... Hell of a poker face. Wait, decryption and signal hijacking, that's... hacking? Essentially. Does that mean it could hack its own tenets? Programming framework underlying the development of all modern automated dependent software, any and all components. Once added to the program, a tenet cannot be circumvented under. So, it's like basically stopping androids from hacking, I guess. Then distracted that the following program could not produce outcomes that would result in harm to a living person. After the decision reached its people, V. Volstand's defense contractors and resolve. Damn, that's way too much reading for me. Oh no, that's unthinkable. Literally for an ad. For an ad to break its tenets would be like you stepping into traffic or dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you would ever choose to do. Some people do walk into traffic. Psychotics, addicts, the mentally ill. Does that mean that there are androids? This is me. The psychotics, the addicts, and the mentally ill. Just me. Well, no, there aren't crazy androids, so yeah. I guess my analogy doesn't hold up. That's okay. So it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems. The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios, breaking through the firewalls and encryptions of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something, Sarah? Most cars. It would depend on the center of gravity. Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. Those stomping behemoths they bring out for riot suppressions? And in terms of computational ability, the estimate says that can be right. Look, Daves, I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software or the metadata. Who worked on it and when? Right, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. The editing logs have been purged. That doesn't sound very above the board. Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah or when. Any chance you can restore these logs? Not here, not with this machine. I'd need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any idea where this would be? Sarah? I cannot answer that question with any accuracy. Had a feeling you might say that. Ads, right? Sorry, I can tell you that the code... Sorry, I can tell you that the code is unique. There's hints of the A16 in there, a few of the same conclusions. It's just... Dr. Asher or whatever took very different paths to get there. So Sarah was even less in common with every other android on the inside. Sorry, didn't expect to hit a dead end here. You've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done? Yeah, no problem. We've got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally we let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know? Oven. Gross. Alright, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be the official owner of this unit? She is. As it says, unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility. Alright then. You fine with the designation Sarah? We can set it to anything you like. Well, actually... Oh no, she did not like that. Never mind, Sarah will do fine. Okay, this part's all standard, civilian model, address, contact info I can get from your crumbs. Do you want to reset the factory defaults? Could clear up a lot of quirks. Not right now. The last thing then, it's the grading. I'm reading 23 tenets here, nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23, that's higher than I expected, talking with it. She seems more mealable than that. Don't blame yourself, guessing tenet count from outward appearances has become a crap shot. Not like it used to be. They only had 3 tenets total and every unit had to have them. Then came the first accident and the first lawsuit and then hearings and the legislature and the demand for more tenets. A tenet making sure ads couldn't endanger the state. A tenet stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There was a campaign calling for a tenet to weight child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. There was a campaign calling for a tenet to do the opposite. Companies wanted their asses covered, customers wanted guarantees. There was never much incentive to deny a request tenet, so the list just ballooned. I have to move this. I love how much attention to the lore is put here on display. I mean, I feel like whatever is with Sarah is crucial to the case because it's all going to... It's not going to just you knowing information for later, it's also going to the evidence pile. But I don't... Obviously Sarah didn't... I hope Sarah didn't do it. Until the military entered the market in full force. You sound like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. They needed the ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to, without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated, hard-coded decisions points to get there. I get that. But since the armies are the only ones using tech with bare minimum tenets, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic. Well, not like I was on the jury. Department of Advanced Defense Project V Zenith Dynamics. The Supreme Court sided with the military's request and set a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet. Changing tenets from a mandated list of the root of every ad source code to a choose your own checklist. It's funny, ads with the most tenets, they're so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, the only ads with single-digit tenets counts are just vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones, like what you've got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent here. Only thing left is the evaluation. What gets evaluated? Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithms for this. No room for human error, they insisted with no sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but what price could they have possibly? That's a lot of digits! You should know these formulae are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy even. If Sarah's really David's last and greatest work, they say some things are priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number, Sarah's evaluation counts as an evidence? Why? A validation of the android Sarah's financial value by an insurance algorithm. Did they kill David over... Did David die over a debt? Takes into account the fact that Sarah is the only known android made by David Ashford, the last known piece of tech he worked on, the fact that he is now deceased and cannot create anymore, the fact that Sarah is one of a kind, the value of the components used in her construction, and the potential profits reaped from the experimental technology contained within her, total to a very large sum. Try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. Damn, that's a lot of money. You spoke differently back there. Hmm? With Dave's, you spoke like he did, it seemed. Like I copied his accent. You seemed to mirror his effect, his tone. It's called being friendly. What's your point? It was just an observation. You can choose to keep those to yourself, you know. No tenet required. Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai? For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate? Any cop, or even just a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen that this wasn't set up with any actual data. And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have thrown me in the slammer. No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker. An android can't get arrested. People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Great, you put us over the weight limit. Lol. I didn't know such... Morgan, Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Jung. Shouldn't have assumed I still had the opening move. Terror, I'll be right up. I redirect your elevator now. Taking control of your elevator is very... convenient. Forceful. As if nobody's trying to direct steer your investigation. If no one wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle. I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate. Or just let the elevator drop. Imagine. 3:54. Okay, we're getting close to the time and we still don't know about that musician thing. Noble Electronics, Northeastern HQ. Executive Office, Jung. Do you think she did it? I think she did it. Oh wow, she looks like she did it. I'm sorry. Right. Speaking first is a sign of weakness, is it? And here I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. Speak first, let her stew. What do you guys want? I'm gonna save game. Oh wait, no, never mind. Here. Yes. Might as well let her speak. Silence is only awkward if you care. I can ignore social cues all day long. I always like this time of day. Not too muggy for you? No, I never liked the clear blue sky. It always seemed cold to me. You're in luck, the sky gets more colorful every year. As their quality drops. Childish, isn't it? Marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here. Dr. Jung. Just Mrs. Fine. Miss Jung. Alright, let's see. December the 9th, 166 centimeters, 56 kilograms, 59, Jesus, I cannot read. AB plus. Occupation VP of Android Futures at Noble Electronics. Likes red meat, flower gardens, height, thread counts. Dislikes working from home, shopping online, waiting. Languages fluent in 3, enjoys attending baseball games. Hidden talent, getting children to stop crying. Dude, I wouldn't even dare cry in front of this woman. She's scary like that. Miss Jung, I get a feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather. No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you, though I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years. Yes, we did, but as much as I'd like to just drop everything and process, the company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone. What the fudge? Why is my phone ringing? Wait. Okay, hold on, wait, that's dangerous. It's my messenger. Is it my mom? Oh no! Oh no, it's I'm gonna reply to these later. It's numinous. Okay. Was Dave of any help? She sent him, trying to be helpful or just trying to control the narrative. He was great! But that must mean you know why I'm here. I don't want to make assumptions. No need, I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over. And every person I speak to. Yes, the lawyers made that all very clear. Lawyers? You have an android. It's not one of ours. You can tell that quickly. Got all the faces memorized. It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes. If you're nuts about your work, maybe. It's a recent acquisition, very recent in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently. David asked you to take it. I've been told that you've been to David's estate already. The police gave me full access to the scene. Then you know that he wasn't alone last night. Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services when he fainted. I was that witness. It has to be her, nah. It has to be her. Or at either way, Really? Obviously. There aren't that many people David would bother meeting with in person. Let alone welcoming them into his home and offering them a drink. I also knew that Jung is his superior on paper, if not in fame. And I knew that the witness had executive plan 3 insurance, so they had to be higher up than David. Well then, do your lawyers know we're having this conversation? Of course. They're pulling their hair out about it as we speak. I can't imagine why the police cleared you. And you were well within your rights to ask for some privacy given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind? Eventually you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record open. Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion. Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen. Touché. And? So perhaps the truth of the matter is that I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questioned as well. You're doing this for my sake? No, my reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all the consequences might prove therapeutic. If she wants to play confessional, that's fine by me. But is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning then? You went to his home last night. Yes, at around 7:30 p.m. the building's penumbra captured all of that quite clearly. He fell ill around 8 p.m. so you spent half an hour together. Why the late call in person? We had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens, so I visited and he let me in and we talked. About the good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves. How long ago was that? 7 or 8 years ago? Miss Young? Putting a number on it, it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels... We spent a while like that, just talking. He was lively and sharp, and I never would have thought that a few minutes later that he would be dead? That he would commit suicide in front of me. A firm reply. What happened? 8:15, he said he wanted to toast. He got up, walked back into his workshop, and then he must have went down into his basement to get us a bottle. I feel like he went down to hide Sarah. So... because there was a bottle in the fridge as well, but he bothered to go all the way down there. He must have went down there for Sarah. I checked some messages in the meantime, enjoyed the view. In other words, she stayed on camera. He came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. We drank and talked. He got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep. You tried to wake him. He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem... I left him and ran to the kitchen to use the security system. Didn't think to use your phone? No. I suppose I didn't. But it worked out. The Penumbra emergency protocol summoned the VTOS straight to his helipad with 1 button press. When I returned to the parlor, he was limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived. You went with them to the hospital, I take it? Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a talk screen, which came back clean. So did David's, for all the good it did to him. I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point, but I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE COP. That's what they're paid to do. You seem certain that it was suicide. Yes. Why? As I said, he got quieter as the time passed and he spoke less. But the last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here. Said he was content. And he downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop. Does that sound like David Asher to you? Curious, restless, perfectionist David? No, I guess it doesn't. CCE. You said CC standard operating procedure a moment ago. What is that? CC stands for counter corporate espionage, which is just industry doublespeak or for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense, you understand? So no one anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned. They give us all kinds of CCE training. Subtly, of course, usually disguised as an okay, I cannot pronounce that word. Itinerary, as leadership workshop or psychiatric evaluations. I don't really say my mind now, because I really just want to get through all the evidence, and when we get to the actual, you know, the actual trial, I'm gonna speak more, because like I'm just trying to process everything right now. That's why I'm not speaking, that's why I'm reading a lot right now. I'm just saying, they train to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops. Murder is fairly rare at our level. More likely they'll want us to stick to work, let us drain company resources in a hospital bed while our position sits vacant. M2 and doors into the story, same. That's smart, like snipers purposefully avoiding vital areas to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's terrible, like snipers purposefully avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources. My baby. That's nothing compared to when they want to turn an acid. Fell ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady. I almost said malady. Undiagnosable malady. Damn, them fedora tipping guys when they catch a cold. Or become our mole and we'll send you the antidote every 2 weeks. That's a nasty piece of work. It's a nasty line of work, consulting. I'm sorry? That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy on your CV. So every consultant I've met at the cocktail party was actually... It depends. Did they say that they're consultants? Or did they say that they were in consulting? How the hell am I supposed to remember? So, do your people think that what happened to David was a deliberate attack? Nobles competitors have been trying to get to David for years. And that's the time scale their plans operate on. If this was an attack from rival corporation, the company would have seen it coming. And they probably have struck first. God, she kinda ate though. She got that Lucy hairstyle. The cups. I've been curious about this ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups? There's a story there. David and I got hired around the same time under similar circumstances. Headhunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was inexperienced and overpaid. You must have been extremely unpopular. Thank you, March Dark, not P. March. Okay, that's a long name. Much Dark. Much Darky, thank you for subscribing. If you're in chat, hi! Inexperienced and overpaid, you must have been extremely unpopular. You don't mince words. You didn't either back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for androids was antiquated and self-defeating. The two of them made the one-point doctrine. That's not the story I've heard in Noble commercials and Noble sponsored media. And come to think of it, it's not a story I've ever heard from David himself. We had this deadline, self-imposed but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of international sales by end of day. 7 PM rolls around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams and sales figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer, trying to make a sales pitch. The clock hits 9 and even the zombies start heading home. I turn to David, tell him that it's not gonna happen. We're nowhere near finished and the day long since been over. He looked at me like I'm the only other person on a sinking boat and I've just stopped pitching water, and he says, "The president lives on the other side of the globe." We still got all night until his end of the day. We wrapped up at 4 in the morning, just us and the cleaning staff. Back then, only half of them were ads. He finally sends the message and I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. We stared blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping that the harsh light would give us the energy to work through the next day. And we got a response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I had been turned down so many times before then, ignored and plastered, passed up and ghosted end. But together, David and I, we had finally gotten a win. So David asks if we've got anything to drink. I've got a bottle of some swill in a cabinet at my desk, but he doesn't want to drink from the bottle, says he wants to toast. So we sat there at 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to another cups we grabbed from the break room. Oh, this is kinda sweet. They look so cute. Aww, man. Toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. Oh, they look so cute. Between the lack of sleep and the drinking, the next day of work was hell. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor, that was our little ritual. So I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. It was ceremony for us. Okay, so that's why the plastic cups. History with Noble. As VP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you? That's correct. Didn't you join the company at around the same time? David was always more interested in his work than he was in climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics game. So was he unpopular around here? Not unpopular, no. Not the great Dr. David Asher. Misunderstood, perhaps. How so? He could be blunt, demanding, some might say. He wasn't trying to be, it's just not everyone could work at the same pace as he did for as long as he did. Even in the whole company huffing those inhalers, they couldn't keep pace with David. Speaking of which, I don't see any at Jung's desk. Maybe it's just not something you leave out in the open at her level. So you would say that this work-life balance was... his work-life balance. Balance implies the two are at odds with one another. We used to work in life harmony here at the company. Work-life harmony. Fascinating! So was he in harmony? No, David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. But I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am on that subject. Right. What do you mean? I had to help him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstanding and double bookings. Scandalous. Animate 16. The A16 only entered production this year, correct? Correct. Pre-order started last holiday and we began shipping in the first quarter. I understand that you were instrumental in the success of Warm Androids. Oh my god! I feel like I was silent for too long. Thank you, Fio. It was so funny because you hit pipe and she just raised her eyebrow and it felt like it was part of the game. I played my part supervising the launch, yes. Weren't you the one who designed Synatonin, the factor that enabled communication between synthetic and organic parts? I'm surprised you've heard of that. I did lead that project, yes, but that was years ago. At the time, Synatonin was little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins of the A16 that we found a use for it. Took the reins. He was lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters, and he designed the synthetic nerves that made all of that possible. Unexpected timing, exactly. David did all of that. That's a lot more than just programming. Was he always so gifted in that many fields? Did he fill those roles on the A14 or A15? No. He used to stick steadfast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of experience and he didn't wander far. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on other departments taking notes. Soon he was joining discussion, proposing new ideas. I feel like he wanted to make Sarah, so he tried to get more knowledge on different, parts of Android making than just the programming. And eventually they came to follow his lead. Just like that. Just like that. So he just applied himself and soon he was leading other departments. That's the kind of genius that Dr. David Asher was. Maybe they weren't paying him enough. Maybe they weren't paying him enough. The company profited the most, of course, but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years. Alright, let's see what he knows about Sarah. So, this android, Sarah, even DOS couldn't find any real details on where it came from. It's not in any of our systems. I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else at the company about the pet project? Pet? No, he never gave me any indication like that. And if he did talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he confided in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself, and anyone below him, frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice. He never mentioned me? No, never. Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources? There were never any discrepancies with his company credit card. The company's accountants are mirthless, even by industry standards. They wouldn't humor anybody, not even David Asher. If they had ever detected financial discrepancies, there would have been an uproar loud enough you could hear it in the mailroom. You have a mailroom? Not since the 30s. Just a figure of speech. He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record. But no one would deny Dr. David Asher's information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself. I don't understand it. It must have taken him years to build Sarah. He wasn't doing anything illegal, except the hacking stuff. So why keep it a secret? I don't know. But he was private and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results. Oh, you cannot say that to his literal child. Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. Witness testimony. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you. A difficult day for all of us. A message from Fran. Finally, we found the musician! I'm running out of leads to chase. The brat better have good news. Are you really going to take this to court? That's my plan. The circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of. And is that what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide? I guess I haven't decided what I believe. Okay, 421. When does the trial start again? Not 4? At 86 in transit. Would you kindly slow the hell down? I'm sorry, Adonai. Was I walking too quickly for you? That wasn't walking. That was speed walking. Up 2 flights of stairs, it's very different. Speed walking? Sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like the zhenjiao? Just let me catch my breath for a minute. Adonai, is it possible that you are out of shape? I love these lines. No. But since we left the cab, your heart rate has... I'm not wearing the right clothes. Or the right shoes. Is that so? Yes. Also, I didn't stretch or hydrate, and the sun's reaching its zenith. That would have been several hours ago. Do you mean the air temp? You said it would be a short walk from street level, so I prepared myself mentally for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket. And you didn't mention we'd have to go upstairs. Are you sure this place is even back here? The reviews online's here quite clear. It's worth the trouble finding it. Maybe if you're a mountain climber. When I sent friend hunting for a musician in David's circles, I expected them to bring me someone from the city orchestra or a jazz club. the champagne flute and teacup kind of musician. But this is the tequila and neon part of town. It should be in a view if we turn... Adonai, be careful. Of what? It's a stray, and it's baring its fangs too. It could be carrying disease. You should... Relax. Adonai, it's growling. It's not growling at me. See? So it's just me that it doesn't like? Too much static. How'd you get it to calm down? It's an animal, not a monster. It wants to be calm. Do you like animals? What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals? Do you have a pet? No, never have. Why not? Because I don't want to take care of a pet. That seems counterintuitive to me. Well, it makes perfect sense to me, and I don't need it to make sense to you. But... You notice you're only this talkative when it's just the two of us? Just an observation. Oh my god, they literally like mom and dad, mom and child. Mom and dad, oh my god. You shy or something? Did David program you to have Android anxiety? It's generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. Today I have rarely been addressed directly by people other than you. In other words, you're shy. That is not what I... Can I try petting it? There's no law against it. Aww, it is just so cute. I love her. Okay, ultraviolets. Okay, let's go. This is the establishment. Now to see if Isaac Porter is as cubital as friend claims. Do you think father was close with this man who you never met? I think he was close with him, yeah. At some point. I had some help making that deduction. Friend saw that their metadata showed a significant cooling of interactions between the two of them, particularly over the past month. But Friend also saw a phone call between the two last night. So they were close. Do you think they were sleeping together? Oh my god! Are we really gonna address this straight up? Sarah, your dad's gay! Oh my god! Damn, even Morgan's like, eh? That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about. Inappropriate? I don't know, it's only... I'm getting a very important text message from my private investigator. Excuse me. Did you catch the killer yet? No. What the hell? I sent you his POS. I'm at his position. I haven't spoken to a porter yet. Imagine he really was. If he really was gay and I was right, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Anyway, there's no reason to suspect him right now. Lame. Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David Asher a corporate sellout in your eyes? Everyone's a corporate sellout. But Asher gets respect. If I'm a demolitions... if I'm a demolitions expert, he's like a really good architect. That's almost sweet, I think. Asher started out working in a cube. So in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like, I don't know. As a kid, he built all his bricks by hand. Or something. You know that lit homework can help you with forming analogies? Eat this analogy, beep. Did that come true or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger. Also, it's a kalmoji. I take it Cube is a programming language. What's special about it? Pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. You code with the assumption that you'll always be connected. I like this music. So you can depend on having fat libraries of references to learn on. And if something does go wrong, your errors get reported to you automatically. But not Cube. You can look it up. But basically Cube was originally for robotics and like machinery. Stuff that had to operate in mines. Under the ocean. Middle of nowhere fields with zero signal service. So Cube had to be self-sufficient. How rugged. Where'd Asher learn Cube anyway? It's older than dirt. From like the 40s. I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something. Vague. Yeah, well, David didn't like to talk about his family. And I never asked. What did your private investigator have to say, Adonai? Not telling. Alright, I'm guessing that's gonna be our man. But let me look around a bit. That's definitely gonna be the man. The stage for the talent, pretty close to the floor. Guess it fits with the whole round table aspect of this place. Everyone's on more or less equal footing, dancing in the dark once you get past the bouncer. Do you think they might have met here? David and Porter? I can't see David walking in here. Because you found the walk so challenging? Because it's too loud to relax. And not dark enough to be anonymous. I see. What's that face? You got an opinion to share. The atmosphere is not bad in here, but the music isn't quite... I'll find you a survey to fill out before we leave. What kind of music does an android even like? Early 21st century punk rock. Is that just you, or does that go for all androids? I haven't met all androids, I can't speak for them. Wonder what they'd say. If they're smart, they'd say that the music peaked with early 21st century punk rock. Debate settled. Alright, let me just look around more. Wait, I'm trying to... Appraise. The bar stack full of colorful selections and busy bartenders. Hope this isn't the kind of club you can order food in. Only time bar food is good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste of the gap between chewing and swallowing. So you can like eat things. Yes, I can. What, like android food? There is no such product. So what do androids eat? Online user guides for Noble Swarm models clarified that they don't eat anything in the traditional sense. They get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Whenever they need to eat, it is to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes. Sounds a lot like what mod users go through with their sports drinks and energy bars. And charger separation anxiety. According to the net, warm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets if they need to forego electrical charging long-term. Processed pellets? You mean like kibble? Like dog food? No, it is not like dog food at all. Can you buy it from the pet store? It seems that you can. How is this something you have to look up anyway? Because I've always just eaten whatever father gave me. Like what? Marbled beef, never hydronic avocados, foie grass. Wait, what is that? Okay, no, return. Is the movement calling for sourcing food exclusive from farms utilizing neutral sunlight? Oh, okay, so like bio shtick. Yeah, this is the code. I don't want to read too much. New money families that arose in the second half. How to marry into wealth? Define well. Big word. That sort of thing. I am not paying for any of that. Damn. Is there anything else I can interact with other than the dude? Looks like no, but I'm gonna save here in case. Alright, let's talk to the dude. The one over there. He matches the photo friend sent. Should I approach now or look around some more? Move on. Let me look around more then. I really want to make sure that I interact with everything. What's this? Oh, it's just loading. But it doesn't look like I can... What? Read. What kind of reading materials get left in a club? A tabloid interview. Exclusive sit down with luxury. You've heard her name on everyone's lips. You've seen her face in magazines, commercials, and then double check. Now get all your running question. The most beautiful woman in the world. Why the name? People think it's an ego thing, but it was just a random username I picked back in those grassroots, and it was a pseudonym to give me a little shade for all the attention. Now it's a brand, and I can't change it without settling the stock market into a spin. So you're certainly influential after partnering with your I cannot read all of this. Well, however old she is or isn't, luxury's got one hell of a mind for business. It might do her more good than the face in the end. Maybe. It's one hell of a face. In the meantime, she's powerful, powerless. I'm gonna save and try both because I did not read. Some rises are too metroid for even the mechs to grab the reins on. At this point, luxury's got them at her mercy, and she can send their stock into disarray with one selfie. Good for her. Okay, wow, damn! If they did have sex, David got one hell of a ride. Just saying. Okay, yeah, that's him, alright. Damn, Daniel. Looks like he's killing time before he sets tonight. Are you sure how to proceed on the day? I'm sure that you need to hang back. As for me, I'll play it cool, play it straight. Okay, which one do you guys want to do, if anyone's in chat? Oh, no. I want to save. Thank you. In the meantime... Okay, cool. Oh, this is so cute. Let me go through these. I'm gonna actually go quickly and take a pee break and leave y'all to listen to some music now that I think about it. If anyone wants to play it cool or play it straight, say it in chat. Thank you. Damn, no one's in chat. That's great. Guess I gotta do my... Oh my god, he got pink nails! Oh my god, so slay. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna take a pufulet because I couldn't even eat this stream. I kept yapping. We are in chat. Okay! Should we play it cool or should we play it straight and we approach the gayest man alive? That man ain't straight. Lovingly. Or if he is, he does know how to queerbait. Why is my hand tracking off again? Gay man. Yeah. I did save, okay. Hey there. Hey. Oh, wow. Some sick beats out there on the floor, right? Sick beats. Yeah, or whatever, man. The hell? Are you a cop or something? This isn't a cop bar. Okay, okay, okay. I see. We gotta be straight, chat. Isaac Porter. What's up? My name's Morgan. I was David's friend. Right now, I'm his lawyer. Can we talk? Depends. Were you a friend from work? No. Over here. Okay. Okay. So he likes it straight. Thanks, Isaac. Alright! September 18th, one day after pasta. It's 183 centimeters, same height as Idia, 86 kilograms, B+, occupation musician, bassist. I said it right? I keep saying it wrong. Bassist? Whatever. Likes itineraries, grilling, champagne, dislikes resistance training, producers, ads. Ooh, he doesn't like androids. The best at gift giving, the worst at folding laundry. Favorite quote, I don't do requests. He kinda ate though. Don't tempt me yet. I might just sit here, shut my mouth and stick you with my tab. So what kind of lawyer are you? What kind of friend? I'm his defense attorney. Think you missed the bus on that then, yeah? And I'm a friend that needs to know what happened yesterday. Doesn't everyone? Try somewhere else, friendly lawyer. I haven't seen him in weeks. You might not have seen him, but we both know that you spoke with him over the phone yesterday. Only a short time before he died. How the hell? Isaac. It's pretty obvious that you don't want this particular spotlight to linger on you any longer than necessary, so why don't we cut to the chase? No lies, no playing coy. Fine. Sarah? Yes, Adonai? The hell? Is that thing transmitting? I am not streaming any data, no. Porter doesn't seem to recognize Sarah either. One more person David was keeping secrets from. I need to record everything for the court. Fine. You two were together, is that correct? We were together! I ended it! They were gay! I knew it! I knew it! How the fudge did you manage to date a fudging programmer? Of a high-end company like that? Yesterday. Ooh, they just broke up yesterday. Damn. This is giving given energy. Care to elaborate? On our entire relationship? Look, you can tell me everything once and I get it in the record. Or you can hear the same question over and over again from the 1,000 different cops and mags for the next 3 months. We met in a bar. I'd seen him come in a few times, each time with someone else. Each time talking with his mouth, but not looking with his eyes. It ticked me off. Scribbling on napkins and letting his single gin and tonic sweat onto the table for 2 hours. His dates would all go to the bathroom or take a call and slip out the back. One of them didn't make it 10 minutes. and he'd still sit there and rest of the night unfazed. Couldn't tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world. And he ticked me off. One night, things were slow and my set had been cancelled and his date hadn't even bothered to think of an excuse before bailing, so I asked him why he'd insisted on coming there night after night. Just to ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in at a shitty bar with drinks he didn't like. And he just said, because I like your music. Oh, man! Damn, David! Damn! Man, did that tick me off? It was cute, early on. Him being so passionate about work I could barely pretend to understand. And I like that he gave each other's... And I like that we gave each other space, you know? Felt like we were being mature or whatever. Until... There was no until. No one day where everything turned sour. But at some point I started to understand where his priorities were. And how I ranked in them. Like I said, he was passionate about his work. I just wrongly assumed that he would also be the passionate about me at some point. It kind of feels like he made Sarah after him and Isaac. Does it not? I mean, obviously I don't remember the eye color, but the hair is definitely like okay, hold on, where is this? Not the reading list, return. So if you check Sarah, whatever, like Sarah's eyes pretty much match David's in color too. If you check that photo, where is it? Yeah, this photo. Like it feels like he made it like that. But like, what if it? So I pulled away a little, wanted to see if he'd notice, if he'd miss me. Testing him, like that isn't the biggest red flag in the world. He never budged, I could ignore him for days and he wouldn't be the least bit ashamed to see me. If I picked a fight, he'd never get angry or upset, he'd just apologize. He didn't want to fight with me. Guess he was never invested enough to bother. Oh my god, no! It was my mistake. I watched him sit there all those nights, not giving a sh when people walked away, and still I had this stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I would be different. That I would be special. What if you were? What if you were and he was just autistic and he couldn't tell you? But I wasn't, so I ended it. Last night, I called him, didn't expect he'd pick up. I had everything prepared to leave a message with an assistant or ad or whatever, but he answered. First ring. Without hesitation, shame or awkwardness. And that ticked me off. So I told him exactly how valued he had made me feel the past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious Dr. David Asher. And what did he say? He apologized. And then he asked me if that was all I called to tell him. Woof. I hung up after that. Spent the rest of the night wrapped in warm disdain for him and his coldness. He had made that easy for me. I wanted to sleep hurt but clean. I went to sleep hurt but clean, ready for something new. And then this morning I wake up to see that my ex killed himself not 2 hours after he let me walk out of his life without so much as a don't. What the hell, man? What the hell, David? And now you're just the tip of the iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzards. Parasites who wanna hear about the man who sent David Asher over the edge. Never wanted to be his last lifeline or the straw that broke his back. I just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. That's so sad! No, Isaac! I don't think it's that deep! Don't worry, I don't think it was your fault! Turns out that was asking for too much. It's yet to be determined whether David committed suicide. Now I can't keep ignoring these gays being censored to live chat. No! No way! You can't say gay. But you just said gay. Wait. It censored Theo, but not you. What? Am I blind? Yeah, it censored Theo, but not you. The fuck? Exactly. Exactly. It looks like you got the F slur privilege, Kion. Do not say it, do not say it, do not say it! You serious? You don't have all the facts. And you do? Any one of them point to anything else? Thought so. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. That's it? No summons? The court has no need for you to retell a sad story like that. The court, huh? Sorry to bother you at work. Sarah, let's go. Oh my god, I think Sarah wants to say something. Your discography is very impressive. Yeah, thanks. And your range is remarkable. So, it pained me to see that all your work is the last quarter have been so melancholy. I think... Well, what the hell would you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can't find the words? Need to steal them from somewhere first, butcher them before shitting them back out? I was not trained on any datasets that... Nah, pardon me, my mistake, really. Oh my god, he is so hateful! Not your fault you're only standing here because rich pricks nerds were allowed to rob the world blind for most of the century. Sarah, we're leaving. What the hell was that about? He was under the false impression that I was programmed using a massive automated learning model in the early 21st century. Not that. Why'd you talk to him? I wanted to... I just felt that I should say something to him. Yo, this hurts! It's Kyun that has censoring on. You got censored gay Theo as well. Me not. YouTube just called you gay. Congratulations. Congratulations on your coming out, King. A word of advice. People don't want comfort from strangers, especially when they're androids. They want it from the people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else is just corn syrup on a parched tongue. Doesn't matter how sweet it is, they just start gagging. You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai? Compared to you? Oh my god, I'm savant. Come on, there's no much time left. Is there still somewhere you want to investigate? Somewhere I need to return to, actually. Porter was right. As things stand, I don't have any evidence that could establish an alternative interpretation of the facts. But if there did exist hard evidence that could prove his death wasn't a suicide, there's only one place I could find it at this point. His place? Yeah, back to his house. The basement. You sure you don't want another look at the crime scene? I'm all out of time. Gotta approach this from the other angle. The other angle? You know, inductive versus deductive. Flip the chessboard and all that. Haven't you ever read a mystery novel? I've seen mystery films. Well, let's see if you paid any attention then. What killed David Asher? Well, technically the toxin. I'm gonna save though. Poison. 10 points. There's a point system. Now, how did that poison get into his bloodstream? He must have ingested it orally. And how do we know that? The medical examiner found no injection marks or wounds. And if he had inhaled it? Exactly! Exactly my point! Inhaled it? Why? Leave the whys to someone who actually understands them. I won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice. Practice by answering my question. I suppose it's possible. But highly unlikely we would have found a delivery system for it in the building like an inhaler. Right, an airborne poison is either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area. and no one around David has shown any kind of symptoms. So all we've left is oral intake. Eliminating the impossible. What's next, Adane? Jung's corroborated statement was that David didn't exhibit any irregular symptoms or behavior until he started drinking that night. And the police didn't find anything unusual in any of the food or drink in his home. Except for his cup, the results were inconclusive. Jung was drinking from the same bottle and the same type of cup but didn't get sick. We have to conclude then that David's cup alone was poisoned. That all seems logical and consistent with the police's theory of suicide. So why are we down here? Minus 10 points. We wanna find... Like, he came down here. He must have left something behind. Back to 0. David left the parlor and came back to the whiskey and 2 cups. Jung told us as much, and apparently the cameras upstairs support her story. So we have to conclude then that he got them both from this bar. Better, 5 points. Did he also get the poison from the cabinet? The police have been in here since we left. According to their ARC file, they didn't find anything that matches the poison down here. So the poison somehow went straight into his drinking cup then. I need to flip this around again. But if you turn something 360 degrees, you're just back to... If I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Prove that David knowingly added the poison himself. He wouldn't do that. And you can make that claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera? From 7:36 PM to 7:40 PM, so for 4 minutes when he left the parlor to get liquor from his bar. So if we had David on camera for those 4 minutes and he didn't poison himself in that time, he would have perfect alibi for the crime, proving his innocence. But Adonai, we don't have footage of that. There are no security cameras down here. I think there are. What do you mean? This whole building is coated head to toe in penumbra security system, courtesy of Noble. Every console, every corner, every android on every floor, it's all plunged into penumbra. Except that. That panel is manufactured by Cotter's security system. Why would David put a console for a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse? I've never given it much thought. Well, it's been bothering me all day. But my curiosity alone can't scale a 6-4-digit wall. You mean... signal hijacking, or whatever you want to call it. Have you tried it before? It is illegal and unnecessary. Father would not... He would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home. At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually, I probably can now that you're registered to me. But aren't you the one who wanted to prove his innocence? Eliminate the impossible. I will need your express verbal command. Not like David can press charges against us at this point. Do it. Did you really need me to say that? For the purposes of recording keeping, yes. Good! Smart girl! Smart girl! If you... I've gotten past the 64-digit code and I have found cameras. There are a number of them embedded in the room's walls and ceilings. As you theorize, they are on separate network from the rest of the building. Where are they feeding to, if not the penumbra system? Behind the hibernation unit. A false wall in the back of a safe. I don't understand. Yay! Welcome, Zomar!
Zanmar became a member. Zanmar celebrates 15 months of membership.
Peak. Why would Father possibly have a hidden camera? A hidden system of cameras inside his own home? Beats me. He was brilliant and more than a little odd. Throw in a little money and odd becomes eccentric. I see, I think. I don't... The hell was he thinking? What was he afraid of? Why didn't he come to me for... Time short. Gather facts now and leave the computation for later. So we wanna go back there. What did he even do with all of this equipment? Dry his laundry? What makes you so sure he wasn't exercising? Did you ever seen him use any of this crap? No, but he must have used it to weight. He must have used the weights when I wasn't looking. Since he promised me that he'd take better care of his health. Sarah, these weights are all maxed out. David couldn't have put up numbers like these even if he was piloting a frame. Don't be so sure, Adonai. Pardon? The following is a true story based on primary sources who were present for the event and its aftermath. Copenhagen, 1898, 8:10 a.m. local time. A towering man with the musculature of a world-class professional rugby player enters a global Dankebank and on Frederiksberg Lane. He explains to the bank teller that he has a bomb in his suitcase and that he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked bills. A security guard approaches him from behind with a nightstick and swings, but the man simply catches the weapon and bends it into a twisted knot with his massive dinner plate-sized hands. When asked to describe the suspect to the police afterwards, the teller had only this to say: that man was all muscle. The rest of the bank heist proceeds without incident and the man exits the building just as police arrive on the scene when suddenly his suitcase explodes. But it's just a smokescreen. Local officers quickly recognize the ploy and rush towards the door, grabbing each of the hostages as they flee while desperately searching for the perpetrator. What they find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepishly young man barely 160 centimeters tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no recollection of how he got there. Renowned psychologist and trained hypnotist Dr. Kerner Kerzer wrote the following in his diagnosis: acute dissociative identity disorder. That's right, the man had a split personality. And so great was the disparity between his two halves that when they switched control, he physically changed, becoming taller, bulkier, and capable of previously unthinkable feats of strength. So be careful what you say a man like father can do just because of how he looks on the outside. Sarah, every single word you just said was false. Huh? Don't believe everything you read on the net. Oh, oh, that was so cute. What am I looking for? Oh, I think some UI is missing. The liquor cabinet this mystery hinges on. The police have been through it all, but by now they didn't find foreign content of any of the spirits. No poison to be found here. Well, not that kind of poison anyway. In which case, once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how impossible must be the truth, Sherlock Holmes. Yep, I know it, ring the bell. Yep, and the how was it? The perpetrator is always the butler or something. In which case, can I make you anything? Well, if you're offering, I'll have... Sorry, you're way underage, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever? Technically. Took that one a lot worse than I expected. Cheer up, maybe you'll find a mocktail if you climb to the top of the ladder. This is rolling ladder, the kind of step ladder, not a ladder. What? Remember, a ladder extends but the step ladder folds out. And it is important to know the distinction. I bet my life savings that this subject will never come up again, ever. It will definitely come up again. Oh no. So, is that the original? It was appraised and confirmed to be genuine. At least he didn't get ripped off. I'm a Philistine when it comes to this kind of stuff. What does an android see? I see a meeting. Or perhaps an encounter? Two apex forces of nature, two kings of the forest, the stag and the tiger, I think. Great, I'm officially less cultured than the robot. Lol. What's the story with this anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation? I don't know, I never noticed the crack before. Might wanna get those eyes checked. There's nothing wrong with my vision. This crack just must have been created during the most recent hibernation. How? Did David drop a weight a bunch of times over and over in the same spot? Alright, let's refocus here. So there's some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh? Essentially, though a bunk bed would imply a second or third. How did we open it? How do we open it? One moment. I see. Got it open already? I cannot open this door. Why? It is a Thetis Basics 30 cure. That anti-hack feature in this name is real? It's a closed system, Adonai. The hell am I supposed to do now? Strange, there was an if-then toggle enabled in the security parameters. I don't follow. When Father last adjusted the settings here, he made it so that the door would never open so long as I was hibernating. And he made it so that I was the only one who could wake her up, meaning this door was that only I can open. It'll be 6-character password. Did you and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around the 6-letter word? It's gonna be murder! It's gonna be murder! Imagine they killed someone together! Nothing comes to mind. Is there a code word that he knew only I could learn? Fuck, I cannot save. I wanna try murder. No dice. Could it be your birthday or his? If David set the password to something as dumb as that, I'd never forgive him. As you say, Adonai. So it's not murder. What was the thing that they were doing? Like, they were in college. No, he would have picked the code whose significance was only obvious after the fact. Okay, now I got a thing. I have no idea. Wait, let me load. Oh fudge, I can't even load. I have to Alt F4. Okay, let me Alt F4 for a second. Give me a second. Okay, hold on. Hold on a minute. Let me think. Okay. I really expected murder. Alright, let me load up. Okay, the camera is a bit bugged out, but don't worry about it. Something regarding... Not this. Morgan, December 16th. I don't think it's her birthday. I have no idea what the password is. Something only she would know. Oh my god. And it's not murder. God, I expected him to know. I gotta rewatch my own stream for a moment. Like that part with when Sarah and she was talking about, like when they were talking in the car. I feel like that might give me something to work with. But my stream is okay. How do you know my father? I'm sorry. Okay. Wait, there's a talent and he knew I wanted something to study programming, robotics, business ethics. Ethics? ETHICS? That's 6 words. Maybe it's ethics? Okay, keep thinking of ethics is one option. Yeah, I was kind of given a choice. You weren't. One Sunday night, he knocked on my door, panicked, saying he was okay. There was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or no, but that was something else. He wasn't satisfied though, wanted to cram the rest of the night. Father had to cram on an undergraduate midterm. Did I say something scandalous? No, he's been called out on founder of the modern programming. If founder types can have a poor time management when they're 21. Yeah. Went and so study aid. I feel like it might be the ethics, because there's nothing else in this. Or placebo, but no, placebo is 7. Heist is also 5. Okay, I'm still watching this because I feel like this moment is important. Again, he published a paper. I feel like it might be the ethics. Can't you check the phone for topics? I can't. I mean, I can try, but these are the search terms. Backlog is just not it. That's way too much to look through. The evidence doesn't say anything. Witness testimony, whiskey spill, Sarah's evaluation maybe? Oh no, that's just the sum. Talk screen, salt shaker, David's cup. Chromophage. Really? Have you tried the name of the android? The Sarah is 4. No, Sarah is 5 letters. It's not Sarah. Maybe Worm 16? Or the name of the boyfriend, Isaac? How many letters is Isaac again? I'm stupid. Give me a second. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, Isaac Porter might be. Porter could be though. His family name. But that means that David expected Morgan to go all the way and find his ex in case something happened to him. I wanna try ethics first. Ethics. That didn't work either. Perhaps a deep breath would help if you refocus. I don't know. It's not like I'm making multiple choices, Sarah. Either I know the answer or I don't. I see. So, do you know the answer? I don't know. I'm getting there. Okay, so it's not... Is it Porter? Ugh, no. Don't get those carnaged. Okay, so it's not the boyfriend's name either. I have no idea. I bet that it's something so simple, but I just don't know. And it's not murder. Like, I'm curious if it's something established, like we learned about it, or, you know, or it's something that they're gonna talk about a bit later of why is that the word. Anyway, let me think. I'm still watching my own stream. Hold on, trying to find out if the... What did Moro give him to snort? Snort? Oh, it was mint. It was mint. It was like a mint drop, like a gum. Wait. Okay, I was thinking if it was lighter, because, you know, her lighter was gifted to her by David, but it's not lighter because that's own words. Secret? Secret. She says she had a debt, right? Yes, yes, that's what I was just thinking about, that basically he owned... What's this? Why is there a random dongle on my table? Whatever. So he had she owed him a favor. Owned him a favor. Jesus, a favor. That's why she's helping Sarah now. That's why I was thinking about murder. Favor? Maybe favor? I thought some kind of tomatoes. Okay. Favor? Ugh, no, it's not favor either. What is it then? Secret? I'm gonna try secret too. No, that's way too easy. Okay. I'm kind of stuck. I don't know what the answer could be. There's so many options. And I was hoping that it would be related to the fact that they share the same class. I cannot go back further. What the fudge? I don't know why I cannot check my stream earlier than the 21st minute. The programming language. Oh, okay. Wait. Programming language. Not that Turing? Was it Turing? Nope. Tesseract then? Oh no, Cube, Cobe. But that was 4 letters. Cube was a tier 5 programming language commonly used in the mid-20th for such robotic. Cube released in... Is it Cube something? Cube 09 or... There was another one. Okay, first began working in 2044, part of the student robotics project Cube offer released in Cube 3.1 had already found itself embodied in robotics engineering across the globe, despite having what it considered a relatively high barrier to entry in user. Cube has not been developer supported since 2063 and is considered a default programming language because much of its documentation has never ported from the oldnet, and due to its incompatibility with tenants, there is little to no corporate interest in the ongoing grassroots. Should I try Cube 31? Why does Sarah keeps calling you that thing? Adonai is like a master in Hebrew. She uses she's just calling you master, but in Hebrew. That was established in the first episode, like the previous stream. What was it again? Cube 3.131? Let me try that. Maybe that's the answer, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's Adonai? 6. Adonai. Maybe it is Adonai. Like, why would she use Hebrew? Okay, right. I'm gonna check that. Adonai. Adonai. What? Oh, wait. I think I accidentally sent augh. Adonai. It was Adonai! Ah, that's why she kept using it! Ah! That's so random, but... What was the password, Adonai? You'd never guess. That's how I feel right now. That's exactly how I feel right now. You never guess. Did feel a bit out of character, David utilizing so much cloak and dagger tech. And I've definitely been struggling with the idea of him doing home improvement. But one step in here and it all makes sense. It's a panic room. Scary. A panic room in a place for rich people to hide in when people start bouncing bricks off their windows. They're typically not even on the blueprints. So when Noble built this penthouse for one of their executives, someone slipped this into the mix, and it's remained in Noble's blind spot ever since. All David had to do was repurpose it. Make sure you're capturing all of this. I don't want to miss my one chance because of a discovery technicality. I understand, but you needn't specify. My memory is flawless, I can play back visuals, sound, sensations, I can even give detailed reports on air particulates. I mean, you can smell. Better than any human and some canines. So does it smell stale in here to you? Stale? It does to me, almost like someone's been in here recently. Almost like someone visits here frequently. Could he have came here in the 4 minutes? Alright, let's try booting up the computers. You don't think the console is password protected? 2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, a half-ton Android, and a secret phrase. If David set a password on this PC after all that, I'm going back to the morgue to have a word with him. Period. Good, it's already singing. You're looking for camera footage. I'd also settle for a note plainly stating that he feared for his life. What am I doing? Here, your search for video files. They'll probably be timestamped and formatted for short-range devices. I have the subfolder. The cameras stream live data constantly, but the files are clipped at fairly regular intervals. Once every week, it seems. The most recent video file here has footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday at around 4 PM. You were asleep then, so the only person who could get in here at the time is David himself. Alright, let's see it then. Of course, it's just that I am having a difficulty. Try double checking? I have been trying to open files from the moment I discovered them, Adonai, but they are encrypted. Damn it, David, you leave me enough clues to get this far, but you won't let me use your computer. What's the brand of the encryption program? If I rush a subpoena, they might have a back door I could bluff them into. These files were not encrypted with any commercially available tool. This appears to be Father's own work. Shit. If David Asher hand-wrote the encryption on these files, there's no one alive who could... Hey, was Dave just flattering you back there? Or is your processing power really that special? Adonai, can you break this encryption, yes or no? With enough time? And how much time would that be? I would estimate it to 2 to 6 hours. That's 4-hour window! No matter how sophisticated, encryption is still just a code that must be deciphered. And when deciphering any code, progress processed exponentially, which makes it particularly difficult to determine the amount of time required to complete the process. 2 to 6 hours. I don't have any better options. Get started. I started 4 minutes and 23 seconds ago. Finally showing some initiative. But you've been talking to me this whole time. I have the ability to analyze data in parallel by utilizing subconscious process, so long as the work required is rote. So you're doing it in the back of your head. Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of my head. I could give the description code my full undivided attention, but I would become non-responsive. Hey, that's a pretty nifty feature. I'll have to keep that in mind. Alright, can you take this slow on the road, or do we have to rip the computer out of the wall and find the battery? I have copied and encrypted files and we'll work on them as we travel. You can leave whenever you're ready. Still can't believe David let me get this far just to shut the door in my face on the last second. But he did let me get this far. And the computer's not the only thing in here. The cabinets are a lot eye-catching than his computer, but knowing David, that's all the more reason to check. Lots of paperwork, bonds and holdings, a platinum bar. His birth certificate might be nearly as valuable. Can't imagine what people would pay to steal David Asher's identity. And down here at the bottom, a binder. A binder? Nobo's logo on the front, on the middle, enough pages to dwarf... Oh, a folder binder. I thought it was like the clothing binder. I already expected things. My bad. My bad. They should have specified. In my defense. Anyway. Nobo's logo on the front and in the middle. Enough pages to dwarf one of those phone books you see in period pieces. They're making it legalese even on the table of content, but basically this is his employment contract. A binder containing full text of David Asher's employment contract with Noble Electronics, detailed compensation grants for dismissal, definitions for what constitutes a breach of contract and how to... Not a legit thread. Hold on to this for me. It must be very important if you're giving it to me. It's certainly very heavy. Was there anything else in there? Expecting an update copy of his will to show up. It is a possibility, isn't it? Maybe in a corny old murder mystery. A widely beloved and respected genre with over 2 centuries of... There is something else. Your papers. That's Evangeline Morgan be given immediate and complete ownership of the entry designated as Sarah. It's dated to fake few weeks back. He had already made up his mind about all of this? If he had, why'd he hide this where no one else could find it? Was that just a backup plan? Well, at least we've got something a bit more concrete than Starling's word for now. Her word should be plenty, shouldn't it? Not if people realize how precious you are. Oh, she's smiling. I love her. As a collector's item. Oh my god! I love them. The hate-love relationship is going insane. You've yet to meet the one person who knows what the hell you are. But Noble could have easily argued that you fall under private technology or physical holdings. Unless I had something like this. It's good that you do then. I'm glad that father wanted me to go with a friend of his. Yeah. This will get me a huge tax write-off and I donate you to a for-profit college. You could at least pick a charitable institution. It's just an old saying, all colleges have been for-profit since the 60s. That doesn't make me feel any better. You can cheer up in the car. Hail us a ride to the courthouse. Priority. There is an upcharge at this hour for priority transportation. That's irritating. But I'd like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there. The upcharge is multiplier of 5.7. I'll prepare on the way order. I'll prepare on the way over. Never mind, that's too expensive. Very good, Adonai. I can't believe that the password was Adonai. That I would have not thought of that. I would have thought of the classes and whatever pass they had, not. David, you better have not yourself at this point. Does it excite you going into courtrooms? What do you mean? You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs among themselves? You don't feel a fiery sense of justice rising in your gut as the prosecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses? Do you really think this is going to be like some kind of movie where a good guy saved the day? Probably not. Though, that would be nice if it were. What's your deal anyway? Did David train you off of a movie marathon from hell or something? We did watch films together if that's what you're asking though. Though he was rarely the one who suggested it. So you were the aggressor. What's an android get out of watching a flick anyway? What do I get? Why do you do it? What's your reason? I'm not sure how to answer your question. The thing is, a lot of people get blocked at the Adonai part and Sarah is giving the hint right in your face. Damn. Damn. All of us are just like, no way. Never mind. Forgot what I was talking about. Forgot what I was talking to. I like the performances. Psst, sure, there you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something? He's a handsome man. Oh, he's so cute. But it's not the actors I like so much as their performance. The truth is, besides father, I have very little experience when it comes to people. I hadn't noticed. I read the net and I watch people and what they share of their lives. But it's also subtle, so hard to follow. There are so many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned, and I often struggle to grasp them. You're all so complex, so detailed. Oh? But the characters on the screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate, their body language is precise and meaningful. Their faces are bright and softly lit and their eyes are... It's fiction. So these characters and their stories, they have a beginning, a middle and an end. And the people on screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. You can't disappoint them or make them feel awkward. You can just watch and learn. But what about you, Adonai? What about me? Do you like movies? Yeah, sure, back when I was a kid. Really? Who was your favorite director? What was your favorite film? It was a long time ago. I don't remember. She definitely does. She definitely does. Prepare for inbounding Humphrey Bogart card from YouTube on the live. Oh my god, yeah. State building. Floor 48. Things are quieter than unexpected here at the courthouse. Let me save. Sarah's papers on evidence. Though I've always felt the courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers, all uncompensating and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and proper pushing queues. Jesus. With a couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. Didn't think I'd be arguing in a court when I woke up today. Didn't think that my friend would be dead or that he'd have trusted Android onto my lap either. I could just walk in there and concede. Emma would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. The Android would complain loudly, of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. But I haven't done that. And I guess I don't plan to. Why? Mostly because I have my suspicion as well. Sarah insists that David would never commit suicide, and I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself, and not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside the courtroom prepared to humor an android and add suspicion before the state. Because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress, Borat? I can confirm that I'm making progress. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it would be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of completion percent. Give it your best shot anyway. 4%. Are you feeling confident in your case? Markedly less so after hearing that. Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument? What are you talking about? Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict? Adjutants, as always, a coin flip, so... You do know what an adjutant is, don't you? Are you expecting to see a barded old man with a robe and gavel when we get in there? Oh wow, they're just calling out Ace Attorney like that. Should I not? Ace Attorney mentioned exactly! Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails. Android judges! Adjutants are automated dependents that present over trials for the state. While most adjutants are designed and sold as software and then loaded onto courthouse-specific hardware, including android bodies, they can interpret trial proceedings and render judgment based entirely on stenographer records if need be, ruling out cases in an entirely digital capacity. Reviews of adjutants by third parties has shown that they are overwhelmingly more equitable and even-handed in their sentencing than human judges. Because they cannot be bribed or intimidated, adjutants are especially preferred for cases involving organized crime or corporate misconduct. Adjutants use a 9-fold personality program engram, Jesus, for rendering their judgment and building consensus, known as the nonary system among software engineers, because each of these 9 personas are constructed by a different think tank or institution from across the political spectrum. Ideological contamination in adjutant units is practically impossible. There have been a small number of reported cases where nonary processing has borne particularly enthusiastic or eccentric personas, presumably in an unorthodox, if not effective, attempt to reconcile particularly loud voice. So, yeah. I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings by the automated dependents. Nonary seems like another reference to another game, the Nonary games. Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction cases or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm. Theo is playing Goose Goose Duck. I caught you, babe. So, androids are used to reduce caseloads. Been that way for decades. But How was a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions, stalling? Judges did fight it for years at every level and in every theater. But the public lost patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. I'm just testing something. If Android judges, why not Android lawyers? I'm pretty sure they will pull up an Android lawyer eventually. But I don't really feel like they do it in this case because the whole idea is that Morgan will always go against Emma because lesbians. Or not, who knows? It's like, this is literally welcome back. Wait. Give me a second. This is literally giving Narumitsu. Welcome back, Narumitsu. Sorry, I had to check up the ship name. I forgot the ship name. And so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants. And it's not controversial, having machines determine sentencing for human beings? Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. Besides, used to be that even the most high profile of crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week. And that's not rushing things? Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure. We can have a maximum of 60 players. I know that. So far we have like 10 players guaranteed. I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste. Don't they teach about classical conditioning in Android school? You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick. I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics? That's a logical question to ask. And the answer is? That logic only gets you so far when it comes to people. Doesn't everyone want the courts to be as just as possible? If adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible, everyone wants justice, sure. But there are other considerations to be had, like racism, android racism, such as disgust. I found another IME friend for the game. Can I trust them? Are they part of our Discord server? Yes, chat, we're going to play Goose Goose Duck. If you wanna play Goose Goose Duck, make sure to join the Discord server and be 18 and above. But that's all people really care about, what all their morals boil down to. Just what they do or don't find disgusting. Only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with. I don't understand. Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. I think they just joined. Oh, okay, cool. I think Numinous will join too. Alright. Corton 48D. Okay, Emma's here. Just a preliminary hearing, huh? You wouldn't know it from the look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. Not with her. That's the adjutant up there? Is it asleep? Oh! Big robot lady. It's loading. It needs to load? Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be decked out as extravagantly as you. Especially not those the state buys in bulk. There's an audience. Hmm? You mean the gallery? That's nothing. It could have been a lot worse. Worth of any trial in a case of David Asher's death must have spread like wildfire even in a mock trial like this one. Detectives like Reyes and London would get chewed out for leaking things to the press. But uniformed officers had little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media. And then there's the corporate plans. Interns, usually preferable ones with modded eyes. I'm gonna save. It's illegal to film inside the courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or another. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. But I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be paparazzi outside of it. My pretty little likeness was gonna end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of this circus. At least this way, it's a decent marketing for my legal services. What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed? With all those films you watch, I figured that you could extrapolate. Jesus. I'm asking so as to correct my misconceptions. Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order and there will be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case. That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct? Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security corners surrounding the particular individual and the case. What do you do then? Sit here and watch? Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution are done questioning them. I can present evidence or witness of my own in response as long as I have discovery backing me. You've said that before. Discovery means just that I can't pull stuff out of my pockets and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation. But if Sarah is currently hacking actively... actually, no, wait, she's not hacking. She's just trying to decode an encryption. I don't think that's illegal. Which I can provide. You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, did you? And the jury? I don't see where they would sit. The jury hasn't sat in an actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers where they watch a feed of the trials proceeding in anonymity. And that's not an issue? Don't people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them? You've got old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? But there's no jury at a preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. I don't think she can provide the recording today. Yeah. A mere formality in today's day and age. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with. So all you have to do today is to convince the adjutant. Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments. And right now, all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. If it's going to be an uphill battle, I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. But I don't have a suspect or even a motive for killing David yet. Anyway, I need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less. I think it's waking up. AD 84. This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD 84 presiding. I call the order to the case of People versus Asher. Do the people wish to make an opening statement? No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when he's just the adjutant here. Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honor. Might as well ring the bell and get this shit show started. If neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is 8084. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering why. What gives a machine the right to judge a human? You guys hear the heart beating in the background? It's creeping me out. A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture, in every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined, or defied, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Whoa, bro has eyes. Like a balanced equation, like a golden ratio, like the golden ratio Jojo mentioned. Is this a Jojo reference? Virtuvian man, justice is beautiful. So what gives me the right? This gorgeous bod! I knew she's gonna be silly. I knew she's gonna be silly. It is natural to creep you out, yeah. Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten up the mood, but I can't see everyone hates me. Damn, it's more of a Greek mention. Yeah, she's just silly. Do the trial without me. They're guilty or whatever. Your Honor. Wait, what the flip? This defendant's already dead. Are you? Why are we doing this? Is this a debug? Is this a debug thing? Cause I'll log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor, this is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Usher did in fact commit suicide as he... Humu. I get it. You wanna make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone. 80! She's peak! Date of birth September the 2nd. 263 centimeters! Damn! 299 kilogram. Dude, she's giving legally blonde? Kind of. Blood type, none. Occupation, automated dependent adjutant. Likes raw salmon, running water, gymnastics. Dislikes criminals, contrarians, pigeons. Sign, Libra, self-assigned. she diagnosed herself. Type, open, obedient, observant. Oh, people? She's tall. She is massive. 3 sizes, 109B, 64, 109 breasts, like the breast size, you know, 64 waist, 94 hips. Damn. She's silly. I didn't realize that adjustants were so lively. They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and state-esque. Looks like you got served the most in need of repairs adjutant and core system could find. Whatever paper pusher wish rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness. What's to look for? Could it be your trying to size me up? Oh why, damn, she kind of baby. Wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good, because if you have doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. She's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I met. But she's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So as long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outburst from the bench, my plan's still workable. So, people, shall we get started with the first witness? Right away, Your Honor. The people called Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. Alright, I should save. Yes. It's Yumi. Hey! So, how about it, pretty lady? She's like, yay! You swear to tell the whole and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability? I do. Good enough for me. Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, were you not? I was. And when did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically 1 AM would be the very early this morning. I think you can still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning. Objection! The defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks. The hell? All I said was, yeah, but she said... You mean sustained. Don't get cute with me, counselor. I didn't say anything. Like, I didn't even choose to say that. Being cute is my job! Ah, damn, we've barely gotten started. That seemed pretty bad, Adonai. Making mistake with... Okay, so this is just a hands up. Blind is how much credit you lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ANTE. Blind increments and on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Blind starts at and caps out at higher number if you're playing in high roller. Mind the blind number in the top of the left, it appears. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. We should try to avoid being penalized in the future. But like, okay, that's gonna be interesting. Thanks for the tip. Shake it up. I get my chance to raise objection of my own soon enough. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? He passed away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. It seems by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? There would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and the bluish thing around certain extremities. In the condition he was in matched those symptoms. Correct. In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject had no wounds or reported illnesses and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy. And what else could cause respiratory failure then? It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher? Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? Dialogue will proceed automatically during testimony, but you can still advance text faster if you want with space or left mouse. You need to read carefully and wait for the witness to make a statement that sounds wrong. Then hit the call button to... Okay, I gotta take care. That's why I keep repeating from the beginning until you call. Can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. I'm gonna save though. I'm scared. Whiskey, noble contract, upright cup. So the subject passed away due to respiratory failure. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. He would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, then fainting. As the subject was healthy, their respiratory failure must be attributed to drug overdose. But when a tox screen was given, it came back clean. So we call on this. After choosing to call on the statement, we need to respond with evidence. However, over the 3 cards that show up, a left click to make your choice before the timer runs out. So, Rose River. Wait. Okay. That's way too fast. Okay, I have to check my own evidence. Wait a minute. That's way too fast. The bottle of Rose River whiskey found on the dining table at the scene of the crime. Forensic analysis showed the foreign elements or toxins known to be brand favored by the deceased. But it came out clean. What was the other 3? What was it? There was an upright cup, but the upright cup doesn't show up now. David's cup. The plastic cups that David Asher has been drinking from before he died. Forensic analysis show matches for his fingertips and saliva, but toxicology tests have proven inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drunk and or evaporated. I am confused. Poison. Another substance found in the bloodstream of David Asher after his death. Okay, I'm just gonna load up and try all my options because this is way too confusing for me. Let's just load up. Because I cannot react to this. Whiskey, noble contract, upright cup. So it has to be the whiskey because the upright cup was not his. Okay, wait. Let's try calling it on the whiskey. Whiskey before that negative. Wanna bet? Oh wow! It's impossible for David Asher's talk screen to be clean, and we all know it, since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. Okay, so that should have showed up during the stock screen. That makes sense. You've got that wrong. Successfully object the testimony for the first time. Thank you. Jesus, this was scary. And that scared you? The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states on the tox report itself, Dr. Asher did have alcohol in his blood, but not as such of a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the toxin was clean, I just meant he didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum more or less. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the tox screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused the Thrasher's respiratory failure? During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. So there was a lethal dose of drug inside his body, it just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. I'm gonna save again. Jesus, I'm scared. This is damn ho scary. That's correct. I think we're all going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for this substance, Your Honor. The people don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I put all my creative heuristics to work coming up with an original, scientific, fitting name for this substance, a name like Omega. Omega-3. That name is already taken. Fine, call it Delta or whatever. Delta, used in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yeah, our Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology records. That being said, chemically it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know that feeling. So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You said ingested. Why? I eliminated all the other possibilities during my examination on the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach content, it must have been a liquid. Okay, keep that in mind. Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please, I wasn't listening to that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure, and his tox screen showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure. I'm gonna save game. Again. I'm terrified. Except for this unknown substance, the poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like the textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here? Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about the case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. Autopsy, died from respiratory failure. Jung's testimony, drank with David, the whiskey. Rosie Verdisky drank before death, negative for poison. Didn't see him add anything. Yes! I think it's Jung's testimony. Why can I not click? Do I have to? Oh, I have to drag. Right. The people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen. As you say. Well, now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense an opportunity to cross-examine. Unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. How kind of you to offer. Balls in my court now, so how do I counter? Balls in my court. Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David ingested the delta knowingly and the delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. Oh, they're playing blackjack. During blackjack, every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Shows only the questions that are logically relevant and only press if you think a line of question is worth continuing. Jesus, I am scared. This is nothing like the demo. Or else you'll go bust and lose credit. However, hover over press to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win blackjack when you reach exactly 21. So don't press further if you're already there. And don't ask the wrong questions. Why does my cross-examination need to put a microscope over the weakest part of that argument? With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of the argument. And hope that some cracks will appear under pressure. Are you sure it was ingested? Are you sure it was respiratory failure? Are you sure Delta is to blame? I mean... Should I try the ingested? The problem is that all of them agree that it was ingested. Should I try the are you sure Delta is to blame? I'm gonna try the ingested first. Dr. Sato, you said that the subject had to have ingested the Delta orally, but how sure can we actually be about that? Pretty sure? I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities that I checked, but... Okay, no, I'm scared as fudge. Stay. Dr. Sato, you were only able to event identifying the presence of this delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never before seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I have had time to run stimulations and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant. Ingest enough of any depressant and respiratory failure would occur. Okay, now we are at 2017. Should I press? Only stimulations? You've ran stimulations? So you haven't tested Delta on an actual person? Okay, I'm on 18. No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample. Not to mention highly unethical. Of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described. Was there a question in that statement, counselor? You don't actually know for sure, do you? No, not yet anyway. Should I have pressed on the ingest? Let me just go back there. Was it knowingly ingested? But how sure can we be that the subject ingested the Delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? Oh, exactly, 21, let's go! Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have been just a drop. The kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yes? Cause for speculation, Your Honor? Withdrawn. Oh man, I wanted to jump on her case. Seems like that's... Blackjack! Okay. I thought he inhaled it. I also thought so. But they keep saying that there's no way he inhaled it, because if he would have, it would have been in the room and Jung was not under any influence, unless whatever happened, even if he inhaled it, it came from downstairs, when he went down to grab the whiskey. But they also say that they checked the cavities, so it's like it might have been mixed with the whiskey, but when is the question and by who? But maybe that's not what we're gonna find out tonight. I mean, anyway, thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Asher's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation, so there are other explanations for what happened. Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor. It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. The witness will answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If he had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease and his respiratory system was weakened, undiagnosed pneumonia with his level of healthcare, it is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. Ugh, that felt weak, but I can be picky when I'm stalling for time. Seeding doubt whenever I can, however, I can just about all that. However, I can't is just about all I can manage. Okay, I'm gonna save again. Jesus, we survived Blackjack. Let's go. Detective Reyes, you were on one of the leads in investigating this crime scene. Yes, ma'am. And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console located in the kitchen. What did they find when they arrived on the scene? The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called them. They were both airlifted to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. She's actually handling herself pretty well up on the stand. I have expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in. But when you take into consideration her love for boot heel authority, she might be right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people. The witness met with the deceased about a half hour before he fell ill, from 7:30 to 8 p.m. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. And during the same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves. None. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronics Security Division, we searched the entire building, but we found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink on the premises, including the bottle that the witness and the deceased drank from. So, what was your ultimate consensus after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean. Only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. So it was our determination that David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself. She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. The police want to claim that they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle. But I know that there are a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit to. Upright. Okay, let me save. This is gonna get woozy again. These parts are really woozy because they're very fast and I can't read. So, upright cup, empty cup, and the drug. Asher met with the witness at 7:30 p.m. last night, and by the time he was dead. He's the one who prepared the drinks. And there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something because of the cameras. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Seems pretty cut and dry if you ask me. But just to be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement. And there was no poison anywhere else. I don't think I should have called on this. Empty? Okay, no, never mind. I was wrong. Okay, I was wrong. I was wrong. This is too much! Let me read my stuff. Let's see. David's cup. The plastic cup that David Asher was drinking from before he died. Forensic analysis shows matches for his fingertips. Too much of the whiskey to drink and or evaporated. The upright cup is not here for some reason. Poison. An unidentified substance found in the bloodstream of David Asher after his death has many similarities to the chemical makeup of a depressant drug. No additional traces found anywhere at the crime scene or David's penthouse. Maybe the water glass, but the water glass is not even an option. A glass of water found in the sink of David Asher's kitchen bears Helen Jung's DNA and fingertips, no trace of any poison. Upright cup, empty cup, drug. The one prepared their drinks, that's true. And there were no opportunities for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from the cup that he himself poisoned. Seems pretty cut and dry if you ask me. But just to be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement. And there were no poison anywhere else. That's all. I don't understand. I really don't know what to attack on. In commercial of the first big win, convincing Noble Electronics to adopt what... Try to reread everything. I'm trying, but the problem is that the upright cup is not even in this list anymore. Emergency console, the Penumbra security console, private emergency. Hello, Reftalix, welcome to the stream. We are trying to solve a murder. Unknown substance detected a bloodstream approximately. Send attending physicians back to med school. Send apologies to attending physician. These readings are nightmare. Manufacturer, I don't think. Water glass. The whiskey bottle is not even an option. David's cup. Forensic analysis shows matches the fingertips. Wait, did he died exactly at 8? No. 8-4 was the time when Jung called the medical, whatever it's called, like he called the emergency and he went to the hospital. He died at the hospital, and so it was after 8:08 and before 8:30, somewhere between then. Didn't he died in the VTOL? Yes, he died in the VTOL, exactly. Or at the hospital, basically. So what she said was wrong. What do you mean? I had to spend... He was dead. But like, I cannot call this on these basics. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, the basics are not correct. Like, I know what you mean, but I cannot tie that to the cup or the drug. Like, and I could only tie that to the actual... Yeah, I know. Like, the problem is that I have very specific evidence that I have to focus on. And I cannot read the evidence until I call on it, which is really annoying. But all I have is the upright cup, the empty cup, and the drug itself. Where is the poison card from? Poison card? What's that? The drug. Undefined substance. Doesn't mention she. Like, I know, like, she is wrong, but unless I can tie that to the 2 cups, it makes no sense. Also, the water glass is still not explained. Oh, there's the upright cup. I'm stupid. Like, what am I trying to call out on? He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Seems pretty cut and dry if you ask me. But just to be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement. And there was no poison. Okay, let me just call whatever. Let me read these. Found in David's blood, the present-like name unknown. Found in knocked over, drunk by David, tested inconclusive. I cannot read that fast! I cannot read that fast! Don't play this game on high roller unless you know the plot. This makes no sense to me. Maybe you want the thrill of thinking fast and moving fast. I cannot read that fast, honey. The problem is that you also have to hover over them. She met with the witness at 6:30. Was the one who prepared their drinks. And there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slim him something. He drank from the cup that he himself poisoned. Seems pretty cut and dry if you ask me. But just to be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement. And there was no poison anywhere else. Okay, I really don't know. Other than the fact that she's wrong about the time of death, nothing else sticks out, and I cannot fucking... Maybe call this on the empty cup? I don't think it's gonna work. Yeah, no. I can try going over them one by one and I find what it means. Upright cup? I don't think any of this is right. Yeah, no. Like, literally, she's wrong about the time of death, but we cannot prove it! Ah! Okay. Try the drug on the fact that they didn't find anything. But I tried that already. But if you're sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, and there was no poison anywhere else. If I try the drug, it's gonna do nothing. See? Like, I am so confused. I'm actually confused. What am I supposed to call out? Because none of these really make sense. Unless the game is bugged and I'm stupid. Or I'm stupid. Should I call it on the fact that he had no opportunity? I mean, she's a biochemistress. No. We're gonna be sticking here. What does Morgan say? Where? Maybe call it on the fact that he poisoned it? Nope. Don't get points. Do I get points for that? Boy, I hope not. Otherwise, I would get to do this. Overruled. Yeah, no. Oh, maybe the fact that he spilled on the no opportunity. Empty cup. The problem is that you can't even... We have a spill! We have a spilled whiskey as evidence too. Oh my god, I feel like I'm just gonna literally... I'm literally gonna brute force this. Because I don't know what the game wants. We tried all of it. Maybe I try the upright cup on this one. Yeah, no. This game. Yeah, no, I feel like ihateus is a bit better because at least you have time to read. Here you don't even have time to read. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Did you play the later episodes? Oh, I found it! Okay. Apparently we found it after brute forcing it. Yeah, I played the first 3 episodes of the first game. I'm pretty sure I finished the first 3. I'm pretty sure. So yeah. Anyhow, finally. The police... Oh wait, I don't think I read it. Hold on. Log. You can't make that claim not when the evidence record clearly shows that the test of Dr. Asher's cup were inconclusive. The police can't claim that he drank from the poisoned cup without first proving his cup was in fact poisoned. You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve or do you have a response, dear Rockford? Testing on the deceased's cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Asher alone. Not at this time, but that's the funny thing here about the burden... Wait. But that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on the defense. And we're all aware. As we are aware. Right, we all knew that. I definitely knew that. Bro is just gaming. Now, if the people on the... are done... bemoaning that pesky innocent until proven guilty issue. Perhaps I could begin my cross-examination. Fire away, baby! I love her. God, I love her. What the? Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I accidentally loaded. Sorry. Okay, now I know what I'm doing. Fudge meat sideways. He drank from the cup that he poisoned. Sorry, that was my bad. That was my bad. I have to make difference between them. Okay. Okay. Save game. Jesus. Okay, return. Fire away? Baby? Rizz's testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, but if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point for me before she even realized what happened. I'm gonna save again. Blackjack, you know what, okay, anyway, anyone else in the building? Anyone seen poisoning himself? Could he have been poisoned off camera? Yeah, couldn't he have poisoned off camera? Detective, isn't it possible that Dr. Asher was poisoned off camera? Possible, I don't know how else it would have been done. But that just goes to show it had to have been suicide. The only time he was off camera, he was all by himself. Okay? What did I do wrong? Oh, I outbursted it. Okay, I went above. Okay. I'm already on 13. Ever seen poisoning himself? Detective, we've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink that night? No. Seems he had already poured for the both of them by the time he returned to the parlor. He had already poured. In that case, the next question need to be when and what? Any poison in the kitchen? She already said there was no poison in the kitchen. The only people you saw on the cameras on the night were Dr. Asher and this witness, correct? Yeah, there was no footage in his house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them. So it's possible that there were other people there that night because cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both which are on camera, and that still wouldn't get you past in front door, which was also... What? Okay, this is gonna be the most insane. What if Sarah killed him and she's just becoming a baby Morgan? But that's an insane take, hear me out. Insane take. Get you past the front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them was there that day. Press. What about before that day? Because you played yourself. But the next question is why. And if they had been there before yesterday? Then we would have seen them leave. Again, through the... Okay, no, it bursted. What am I planning to do? Oh my god, I loaded the wrong one! My bad. Let's try just anyone else in the building. And then press on. No! I don't understand this game. What am I trying to... Oh, fudge off. If I only ask could have been poisoned off camera, I burst. If I seen ever poison himself, I get to 16. And then stay. Any poison in the kitchen? Detective Reyes, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or the parlor? No. That was a fast answer. Well, it was pretty easy question. If you had found poison at the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think? What about in his lab, his bedroom, his basement? No, no, and no. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substances in any part of his penthouse. Right, they never find any poison. No poison at all. What about the poison container? You need to push her to say he didn't poison himself. At any point in the investigation, was poison found on the body of the deceased? No. Okay, this is... Okay, I figured it out. It must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vitals, eye eyedroppers. Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why? Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? Alright! Blackjack! Okay, good, good. The problem is that you have to combine questions to make 21 and I somehow overshoot. What do you mean, procure? Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. It can't have come from thin air, you understand? It had to have been in another container at some point. Whatever it was in before, it probably evaporated. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure. Girl is living for the drama, leave her alone. There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they've established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him, but they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself. Then I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The data didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup, straight from the source. Shit, that's way too specific to be bluff. Allow me to submit into evidence exhibit G. Oh, the piece of machinery found in Dr. Asher's laboratory. The nanomachine thing. Sold under the product named Manufacturer. Oh, I know this one. It's used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. That's the same machine I saw when Daves gave me a tour on the production floor. Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it. Even the android can see where this is going. With just a few taps, he could produce any number of specific substances for his research. Or any other chemical his heart desired, really. You think Grand Doc Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? Using the manufacturer to make unlicensed drug does go against the terms of conditions. So Dr. Asher's warranty is certain null and void. You're smart, Cookie Kyon. Good job. But they can't hard-code their machines to prevent their production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet. That's... Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug for some street vendor or order an exotic poison for overseas. He could produce that at any time in the comfort of his own home. A quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute at the touch of a button. Specifically preset 19? Damn. I thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was playing into Emma's hand the entire time. Manufacturer. A machine capable of assembling inorganic compounds and even nanomachines after just 2 minutes of vacuum sealed mixing. Found at Nobel's factory show as well as inside David Asher's personal representative. Model history exists for compound identical to the substance. Wow, that's great. I was almost happy. Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. But before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment to put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it. Simple enough. You know that Dr. Asher left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's where he got the whiskey and the cups they drank from. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. Yes. And of course, we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, Counselor? Ooh, I hate this one. I'm off for today. Have a good night. Bye, Zoma. Should I raise? Seems to me like you might have gotten ahead of yourself. Really? How so? Okay, never mind. I see. Never mind. Not at this time, no. The timeline you've described is accurate as we know it. As you say. With the latest piece of evidence, we now know that Asher could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup by placing it inside the manufacturer, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easy accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 6:36 to 7:40. 7:30. Wouldn't you say? Ooh, a complete timeline of events. He had the means, he had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about to ready to wrap up here, no? Where are we on that loading bar of yours, Kara? I don't know, I had a feeling you'd say that. Well, counselor, are we done here? Should I try raising now? Feels like we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely, motive. Alright, I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. This is preliminary hearing, counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so just feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollar to get us all down here to debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know? So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part. What are you talking about? Oh, they're gonna talk about his breakup. Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Oh, new evidence? Gimme. This is the recording of a phone conversation dated 6:30 AM last night between the deceased and the man he was in a relationship with. I knew they're gonna pull up this. I knew they're gonna pull up the call. A man named Isaac Porter. Porter and David's breakup call? If Emma wants to present it here now, then the content must be relevant, Your Honor? Yeah, Dad. What bearing does this recording have on the case at hand? It establishes that the emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. Cool! Begin playback! Hello? Always so soft-spoken. Oh my god! Damn! He kind of fine though! He kind of fine though! Why shorty dead? Isaac? You there? Oh no! You're gonna hurt me! My doomed Yowie, no! His ex-boyfriend said he was very cold. Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Don't know. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. His phone says Pookie! He called him Pookie! Oh, this hurt! No, this hurt! Why not? Did you mean to call me? Yeah, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah, how have you been? Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did? That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any more apologies from you. Damn. I'm so... Okay. And I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad. My bad, man, for not taking the hints. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you or... Nah, you haven't been distant with me or cold with me or anything with me for a while now. Isaac, Just forget it, man. Forget I called. Damn, no! Forget it all, yeah. No! Not the Pookie! I took a screenshot for the babies. Oh my god. Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now anyway. Isaac, recently I've been distracted, you know. I know. Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh. Okay. So do you need anything or should I? Damn! Oh my god! I think she was busy making Sarah. Okay. Pause. I think Asher made Sarah to prove to Isaac that not all ads are bad. Like, it's clear that Isaac hates ads, okay? That's established. He despises them. Like, literally, the moment Sarah talked to him, he was very, very aggressive. And the fact that he was dating someone who made ads, I feel like he might have made Sarah to prove him wrong. But why leave it to Morgan's care? That's the real question. I'm just saying. Where did you even get this? All of Dr. Asher's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's PIN number system. And the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended for quality assurance. Remind me to check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill. Oh my god, that was so sad! Shall we hear the rest? Gotta be the last time. The last time I let someone... The last time. Father... It might just be a call, but it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. Isaac's call. No! Not this photo! Damn! The phone call that took place between Isaac Porter and David Asher from 6:29 to 6:36 p.m. on the night that David died. Isaac ended their relationship during the call. Because the call was received inside his home, it was automatically interpreted. Wait. So the call happened when he went down from the parlor to the basement. No, wait, this was 2 hours before. Never mind, it was 2 hours before. Because the call was received inside his home. It was automatically interpreted and recorded by the PIN number security system. Ooh. Emma's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that? She's like, that was depressing. Can't we finish up without anything else that horrible? Emma's never been apologetic in victory. So does that mean this is just pity? Less than 2 hours before Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. The court can make reasonable assumptions about what kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in last night. That was a bad move, Mr. Rockford. Then, if the people have nothing further to add, I've been feeling off my game all day, caught between corporate inbreeders and end-brain protesters and... But pitying me here and now? That's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for... me to call my first witness, no? You wanna keep going after that? What are you doing, counselor? She's fired up. Just calling the ultimate silver bullet lock solid slam drunk witness a girl could ask for. Jess? Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands? Miss Darling, thank you for coming here today. Of course, whatever I can do. What is your relationship to the deceased? I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communication between him and other departments. That sort of thing. Ultimate silver bullet. Starling's the only play I have right now, the only styling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, it'll all leaves by me sometime. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive's about 60% decrypted. Considering the rate Sarah's gone so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long if I talk really slow. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Asher. Please answer them to the best of your ability. Right. Dr. Asher was a well-known public figure, but was he well regarded professionally? Of course. Dr. Asher's work set the bar for the entire automated department world. Stay focused, Spearmint. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him? Objection, cause for speculation. Intent. I'm feeling like that's gonna be sustained. Did anyone ever threaten him? There were times when he was the focus of negative attention. How so? Dr. Asher was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. They'd say that his work was plagiarized or that he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop. And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories. Relevance? Whether or not people wanted to kill him? Well... withdrawn. Miss Starling? People would attempt to contact him, yes. But their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth, or that someone should do something to shut him up. Did they ever talk about hurting him? Yes, but I always turned those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. Yeesh, who writes this stuff? All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor. And none of the parties involved have had contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Pfft. Something you want to add, Counselor? Just clearing my throat. May I continue? You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns? Sure, we've gone out to dinner or met on the weekends. I think he liked to pick my brain since he needed relationship advice a lot. Even if he didn't realize that was what he was asking for. I'd like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but... did he ever talk to you or to your knowledge anyone else about hurting himself? God, no, never. Do you know any history he might have had with mental illness, depression, anxiety? No. So when you heard the people argue that Dr. Asher had done this to himself, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. You're saying that you can believe... Objection. On what grounds? Asked and answered, stalling, and also, the people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter. Juicy! And what matter specifically are you referring to? I'm gonna say... oh, Lord. Jessica starting this event that David Asher had experience of harassment as... okay. The deceased mental health history. Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. So what the hell is this about? We have private correspondences that describe, if they private then they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission. He can give permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as it portrays to his crime. Convincing. Damn, I didn't honestly expect to stop her from admitting her evidence into the record. But I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on that footage? 77%. Approximately. I need to buy whatever time I can, however I can. Even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag. I have here messages between Dr. Asher and the psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year, along with paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his platinum plan. Platinum? I don't intend to... wait... Platinum plan. Okay, platinum insurance policy in David Asher's name used to schedule and play website appointments on several occasions in the last year. Okay, I guess. But I'm prepared to read Wait. Sorry, I didn't read the log correctly, Varial. So, I don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secrets here in the court. Okay, I guess. But I'm prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls. Which, when put together, paint a clear picture of the kind of stress David Asher was experiencing. And the dark thoughts he was struggling with. Transcripts of his phone calls. I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections. I guess we stay for now. Yeah. Object? No, I don't. Except what she said. No, I don't object. No, I should have objected? I should have objected straight up. There's something strange about this evidence. I gladly object. On the grounds of the Foundation, where did you say you got this? It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity. Even if I were to point out that David had exclusive level 4 plan, not a platinum plan. Oh, that's the thing that I was worried about. Like, I remember that they were... Like, you heard about this for the first time. Yeah, like... What? Really? Really? Yes, really, it's all there in the record. This is easily explained. David had an executive plan to Noble manage for him. And he was also seeing his psychiatrist both in person and over the phone. Your own witness has attested that he dealt with Stalker and was worried about his privacy, so it's easy enough to reason that he had a desperate insurance policy that paid for on his own. But they said that he had there were no, like, so he has his private lab, right? Like, there were no big purchases on his account whatsoever. Even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp. Sure, easy enough to make that assumption, but that doesn't make it correct. David used to separate insurance to hide his psychiatrist from Noble's spying. No, he was smarter than that. Jung's testimony. Drank with him, he didn't see anything corroborated on cam footage. As of Sarah's financial values worth a lot of zeros, record calls, outbuilding calls recorded, monitored by Noble. Exactly! So if he made those calls inside the building, they would have all been recorded, therefore Noble would have known about it. David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist, someone who didn't want to work for Noble, someone who didn't work for Noble would have his best interest at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Not when he knew all his phone calls were being recorded. That's... David Asher was well versed in having every aspect of his life over-analyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try and hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy? Apparently yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it though? Pardon me? Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, counselor? Still not done deciphering? Well, it's difficult to... Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for the fences at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue of confuse the court, Your Honor. And I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama. What are you... I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwilling pawn in an act of corporate espionage. Boom, boom, boom! In a... Oh... What? If the markets were to open Monday with people believing that David Asher, the man who programmed the brain of every Noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months, objection, mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest, there are no corporate spies in this courtroom, counsel, and there are no boogeymen hiding under this bench. Oh, thank God! David Asher was once-in-a-generation intellect and an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. And his employers' many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can defend himself. That would crash the market. It is very dangerous, exactly. Like, enemies who wanna crash the market? And he was also your personal... You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, counselor. Now you're trying to call the police evidence gathering into question. All because you can't admit that for the past several months your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know. He hated doing things on Monday! Wait! That was mentioned. He hated doing things on Monday. He only did things on Tuesday or something like that. That is... I'm sorry, but like... Did you still need me up here? The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting! Yes, ma'am. With how my luck has been so far, Sarah's progress bar is probably mocking backwards right about now. And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create a kind of reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning if the court will allow. That seems cool with me. And my evidence, Your Honor, will it be entered into the record? I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding. That's fine, Your Honor. As you were, counselor. At this stage of the game, with the score where it's at, I can probably only ask one more question. Better make it count. Okay, and save. Oh god. Miss Starling, we're all here trying to figure out what happened, Dr. Asher. Tell me, when did you last see him, hear from him, see his work, meet him at HQ? She saw her last on Tuesday or no, on Friday. So those are pretty much the same. See his work? Meet him at HQ. Okay, see his work or meet him at HQ. It's one of the two. God, this ticking sound is creeping me out. See his work? When was the last time that you... Problem, counselor? I will get one chance here. Can't waste it on frivolous questions. Just doing a vocal exercise. Take all the time you need. Thanks so much. What a sweetheart. Unlike me. Okay, so that wasn't it? Then it must be the HQ. When was the last time that you... No? Maybe really is seen him. When was the last time? Okay, if I lose everything, then it doesn't matter what you ask. You will either way lose, which is kind of weird. When was the last time you... Yeah, when was the last time you spoke with Dr. Asher, Miss Starling? Well, that was pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night at 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. And do we feel that's relevant, Your Honor? Relevant. Save game, and I feel like we're gonna race straight up. It could very well be the single most important piece of evidence in this whole trial. What? I just got chills. Don't know why though. Must be a coolant leak. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about. On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that changes the timeline of events as we know them. We know that's what happened to David last night, generally speaking, but the order of events is critical, especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Drag cards from your hand into slots to chronological order. You can pick a card back up and place it another slot if you change your mind, or drop it outside of a slot if you return to your hand. Fill all the slots, submit your answer. Let's see, that was at 6:30. David passes out during the poison. Jung's testimony, drank the story before he died. So he texted so first they had the phone call, then he was texting Wait, let me read that again. Friday, Starling and David texted on 6:57. I'm gonna save again though. Yes, then they drank together with Jung, and finally David passed out after drinking the poison. Yeah, that's it. Thanks to Mr. Starlings, we now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30 p.m. and I was rooting for them so hard. Real. And we know that David messaged his assistant, Mrs. Starling, at 6:57 p.m. David is on a camera with the witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m. and he was declared dead not long after. The people don't object to that timeline of events, but we do question Councilor Morgan's reason for belaboring it. One last question, Mrs. Starling. Miss Starling. Yeah? What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Asher? Well, actually, we talked about you. And how he wanted you to have his android. That android there. Putting his affairs in order, I guess. I might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this done? Well, he wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you get set up as the android's new owner. Yes, Miss Starling, but when did he want this to happen? Well, he said it was pretty urgent, and so I should do this first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday? First thing Tuesday morning. David Asher didn't like doing things on Mondays. And was he going to be in attendance? Well, actually, yeah, he said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to... Oh. To summarize then, half an hour after he had already had this breakup and half an hour before his guest had arrived, he was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you for next Tuesday. That's right, he was. Not something you would think to do if you were planning on dying the very night. Yeah, you're right. That's... Your Honor, if David Asher was preparing for the week ahead of mere hour before he passed away, don't you think the people's assumption about his mental state ought to be re-examined? That's... Your logic is sound. Do the people have a rebuttal? Did you knew what they were texting with Starling? Well, now we know. If the court will just allow a moment. Sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself, we must then ask ourselves who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life. Until now, we've taken for granted this idea that the delta must have come from his manufacturer from inside the house. Adonai? Not right now. But even if that's true, which may not be, that doesn't mean that he was the one who used the manufacturer. We can check the text as well. I think it only... Starling's text messages. David asked her to set up a meeting between the two of them, and eventually Morgan on Tuesday handled the transfer of ownership of the android Sarah. So I really think he wanted to make the android for... Okay, I really think he wanted to make the android for what's it called? He wanted to make it for Isaac. Isaac broke up with him, and then he texted Starling, well, what do I do with my boyfriend? The very reason I built this girl broke up with me, I might as well give it to my best friend. I really feel like that's what happened. He might have been really emotional about the breakup, but didn't know how to express it. So she just decided to I'm gonna handle this next Thursday. But he didn't expect to die. Adonai! Would you allow me one moment to confer, Your Honor? Sure, why not? Throw away your momentum. I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. I can't afford to let Rockford... I've gained access to the hard drive files. What? Seriously? As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate. Right, okay. Do you have the footage from last night? I have the file. Have you watched it? I thought you'd want to know right away. Surprise, it doesn't matter. Suppose it doesn't matter. Either this has our silver bullet and we've got a case, or it doesn't and everything falls apart. That seems quite risky. It's the least risky part of the victory we have. I'm gonna save again. I'm nervous. Seeing how it's only path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload it to the court computer. Yes, Adonai. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. Easy. Your Honor. I'm awake! And I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. You're submitting security footage into evidence. New security footage. The police corroborated the witness's testimony using the house cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of the Penumbra system that show the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system. You what? The people say that the Delta must have been in Dr. Asher's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it. But we never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera. Because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera. Exactly. What? That's the only possible explanation, that he added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the manufacturer, activated it, waited 2 minutes, and then walked upstairs to his death. But I'm about to present to the court a footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that will show that by the time he retrieved the cup in the basement, it was already past 38, meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself. One clip of footage will prove all that! If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. But it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means I'm burst. So better to be a joker who dances. The data has been entered into the court record. Sarah, show us when Dr. Asher entered the basement. Yes, Adonai, I search for it now. Here. On screen. That's the bar, and the timestamp is 7:36. There, David grabbing the bottle, a Rose River, and leaving at 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were. Is that it then? I came this far just to... Wait. Did he have the cups with him? Is there sound? None at all. Keep going. If he had to go back to get the cups... Counselor. What's that android doing on camera? No way! No way! No way! It's at the bar. The android gave him the cups. Shit. Shit. That machine never stepped on camera upstairs, not once. We don't know its whereabouts on the day of his death. It could have been poisoned the cup whenever it wanted. Shit, shit. What is this? I don't understand. Your Honor, have the courtroom cleared. Understood. Please, someone... I don't know what's going on. Sarah, you need to shut down. Please tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that. Do we have colors available? Sarah, shut down now. Adonai, please tell me what I... That's an order. Is it off? Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until reactivated. We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore. That's... Whoa! Whoa! No way! But I mean, the only other person who knows... This is crazy. In light of this most recent event, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and end this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide. Very well, the charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Councillor Morgan. Yeah, chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with the shitstorm of the decade. Is this how chapter 1 ends? Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself. And in the process, I proved that his android did. I proved that the android that's been working around with me all day is capable of murder. A killer robot, a true unbound AI with military-grade specs and at least one death to its name already. So much for avoiding the public eye. Thank you for coming here on such short-term, Judge Barrows. Oh, okay. Ha! As if I'm doing this some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any choice in the matter. This isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford? I'm afraid not, Your Honor. You know I like the adjutant. I always have. They deal with the criminal trials so that bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day typing up arguments for obscure legal treatises. Cat, shut up. That's what I like to do. Barrows, November 26, 169, A+. Wait, it's not. Superior judge of the higher circuit, likes air conditioning, espresso, recycling chairs. Reclining chairs, never mind, I cannot recycling chairs. Dislikes parking lots, noise pollution, mud, overspeeding on restaurants, overspending. I cannot read. Expensive hotels, watching an action movie. Where the fudge are we going? I don't like coming down here and dealing with all this heavy-handedness. I want someone toiling away under the police state. Think of the poor bureaucrats. And I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as AI. She can barely bring herself to say it. And you, Councilor Morgan, you're the one it's registered to. That's correct, Your Honor. So what did you do exactly? Torture an animal, shut down a hospital, crash a coin market. We have it on camera poisoning a man. Killing its creator. You mean Dr. Asher? That is... We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can do is try to wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste, Adjutant. Do you have the case number? Case ID is 2412778. Docket number YT. There's a long number. Thank you. Can you repeat that? I think I lost you after the first 8. I have it copied here. And what are the security procedures for an incident of this nature? A data quarantine is to be established around any networks the subject was exposed to for more than 66 seconds. All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately through incineration at a minimum temperature of 3000 Celsius for 30 minutes. Sorry, Spearmint. There's nothing to be done, no debate to be had. This isn't even decision. Sorry, Sarah. Sorry, Sarah, not Spearmint. David gave you that name. I should at least make the effort to use it. That sounds very hot. Do we have furnaces that get that hot? Of course, there are a number of industrial furnaces within the city limits that I could recommend. Sorry? Why should I be sorry anyway? I fulfilled the request, favor repaid. I don't owe Sarah anything, especially not if it killed my friend. Right, Morgan? I'm sorry? I was just saying how grateful I am that we have the procedures for this kind of thing all laid out already. Yeah, it keeps things nice and simple. It can feel somewhat severe going through these steps so quickly, but nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization and the sanctity of life there's ever been. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel. If it can violate the tenets it was programmed with, it has the potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments. Yeah, but she has like 23 tenets, no? That's a lot. Yes, couldn't have said better myself. Straight from the textbooks almost. Well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. But you're a monster too! So she's going to... Okay, I think what she's trying to prove from now on is that Sarah didn't kill him. Even if she did, because she sees herself in her. They should never have been born in the first place. Destroying them isn't the kindness. Oh, you talk about yourself. And if anyone is to blame, it's... No one's blaming you, Counselor. You couldn't have known you were in the possession of an AI. I'm talking too much. Probably just tired. It's been a long day and I've had a lot of thoughts. Sorry, Sarah. Whatever you are, you were just born wrong. Not your fault necessarily. If I were up to me, you'd get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Or anything other than what you are. It was stupid, of course, and futile. And pointless, spending hours in front of a TV or laying in bed staring at your phone. Of course! Watching stupid movies and trying to paper mache an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of magazines. They're the same! Oh my god! Practicing expression and memorizing lines and trying to get something to take root and grow despite knowing it'd have nothing to feed on. Stupid. Call. I knew it! I knew it! Morgan? What was that, counselor? I said objection. And what are you objecting to? What are you doing, Morgan? I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do. I understand that you've been through a lot these past few hours, counselor, but there's nothing to defend. On the contrary, Your Honor, I have to defend myself. Pardon? You say that this android, Sarah, is an AI because it broke its tenets. Obviously. And you believe it broke its tenets because of his newly discovered footage. That appears to show it committing murder via poison. All true and no laws broken on your part. Here it comes. I knew it! Oh god, I love this. Let me save. Oh no, not this one, this one. Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom just to make a point. But you did try and trap me on this. Empty cup, Sarah's deed, proves ownership of Sarah, found inside the courtroom, handgun, a recent purchase, more bug than a picnic. Describes David's employment. Are we using the gun? For what? I'm gonna try the gun. What is this? I'm not pulling a gun out in a courtroom. I'm trying to prove a point, not get... Okay, so it's not the gun, but it would have been funny. I guess it's the ownership then? I saved over it. God, I'm stupid. Oh, I saved over it! Or not? Load game. I wanna load. Oh, fuck. I saved over it. Ah! I hate this. Okay, give me a second. I have to click a lot. Alright, give it a second. Jesus. Golly. Almost so close yet so far away. Okay, now save game and save here. Yes, Jesus. All right. Let's try the ownership then. Maybe... It's pretty simple actually. If the state is making the claim that Sarah is an AI, they're accusing me of committing a felony. Because I'm the legal owner of that android. What the hell are you doing? And if the state wants to charge me with owning an AI, I will not take that lying down. I know my rights. Counselor, your argument is self-defeating. Listen to yourself, counselor. Alright. We're getting there. Your claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year. But you've only known it for a few hours. You only owned it for a matter of minutes. And yet, here you are risking a felony charge to save it from being demolished. Because you're wrong. And I know you wouldn't care. Not unless the android was something special. Oh my god, are they gonna like get jealous? Look at us. Me arguing that I'm guilty and I'm arguing that I'm a softie. It'd be fun if it wasn't so. Fun? You think there's no reason I'd want to save this android from destruction? Other than feelings of personal attachment. She's going to use the fact that... Okay, so here's the thing. Remember when Sarah was hacking into the panel or something? And basically... she recorded her? Maybe she's gonna use that fact. Sarah's deed, Starling's testimony, Starling's text, evaluation. I guess a lot of zeros. I can think of at least one reason why I don't want you to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. 8! Or very convincing number. What are you... What is that? That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market. You've gotta be... I've got it from an insurance evaluation algorithm. They're designed to lowball you. That doesn't seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. It's a free country, Your Honor. I have a right to defend myself. And they have a free market, so I have a responsibility to defend my financial assets. Or interest, whatever. Your Honor, a trial like this would be... I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can spend the next half decade bringing in experts after experts to testify on the philosophical distinctions between AIs and ads, spiraling into appeal after appeal, and via the media, this machine appears to have willfully killed a man. The public needs answers now. Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the desire nor the resource to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what constitutes as illegal machine intellect. So, the state says my android, my property, killed a man in violation of its tenet, so they want to take my property and destroy it. I'll prove that my machine didn't harm anyone, so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I will get to keep my property. Unlawful seizure, thwarted. Don't be cute, I feel stomach ulcer coming on. Fine, you'll have your day in court, but it will be one day tomorrow. Prove that this machine didn't kill Dr. Asher. No, prove that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than absolute proof and I'll have the damn thing obliterated. And you also be looking at a very real sentencing for the public unrest you have enabled. Yes, Your Honor. The Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth by the end of tomorrow. We can't settle for anything else. Win or lose, there can be no doubts about the outcome of this case. Yes, Your Honor. And now I need to go lie down. Can I come? You can power down. Alright, should I continue? It's already 11:30. How much time do I have left? Jesus. I might stop here and do one more episode. Morgan. I misjudged you. At what point? Whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water. That is so sweet of you to say, Emma. There's lawyers to you. You've got backbone. There's layers to you. You got backbone. Teeth, even. You're gonna make me blush. People talk about your kind like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. But most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them on the street and shoot him. Meanwhile, you're just signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why? Not sure exactly. For David? Yeah, probably. No, it's for herself. It's for herself. Probably just me being sentimental. But if I had to pick a more lofty reason, then, well, I think it's all the moralizing. People can be evil. They can choose to do evil things for evil reasons. And if you want to execute them for that, they'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can be evil. Information can be evil. Ideas can't be evil. Guess I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. Whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world. You're more high-minded than I realized. You sure you're in the right line of work? Can't see myself doing anything else. Good luck, Morgan. There are book burners on all sides these days. I thought a big game just now, but I'm in an even deeper hole than when I was trying to prove David's innocence. Doubt won't be enough this time. I need to find an actual culprit, no matter what. Oh god, should I continue? It's getting late. Poor Sarah. Did someone... I mean, she technically could have just gave the cups. Like, it doesn't look like she poisoned anything. She was literally just giving the cup. No? Unless David really said that I'm gonna commit suicide, I'm gonna blame my creation for it. But I don't think that's the case. That's way too pretentious. And again, he already explained that he wanted to meet with Morgan on Tuesday. Twisting 254. Homicide officers. Yeah, I might save here. So is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Even though they've gotten colored. It's a precaution. If the color doesn't work that good, what will... Oh yeah, I didn't check barrows after I rerun. Color... A restraint designed to impede movement and increase use of mod throughout the body. We don't set... Okay. Whatever, it's just to not make them not move. What good did that ball do? Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have Schrodinger's cat in the box, isn't closed. You might want to stop here. Yeah, as long as the door's like... I'm just gonna finish this conversation. Who can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it? So, how scared are they? The higher-ups? Not sure scared is the right word. It's just the two of us here. You don't have to mind their ego. Nah, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have a right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who'll be at the center of bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. You think they're gonna go after Noble, break their monopoly? I think they wanna take their monopoly. Nationalize the Android industry. If the public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI, they could ask for a better excuse. They couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking, the state? Has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s. Which wasn't that long ago for me. For the state, it's practically yesterday. So the same state that tells us to be terrified of AI is lurking on the old net or bringing their time in forgotten satellites sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity. Well, they do generally want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they'll want to go again to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate, an argument, a trial? Can't we just hook it up to a court computer and see if it has the tenets or not? Pop the hood, as they say. Who says that? Lots of people used to say it. Thank you, studying for tomorrow is frying my brain. The stream is good brain cleansing. I'm gonna end it soon, but thank you. I guess this is going on. Damn, I was joking when I said that it was Sarah. I was joking. Let me finish this conversation. Let me finish the conversation. Well, they started to that about communication. They figure anything they let an AI connect to they can't trust. Then why the color? Colors are too simple to hack. Just a real strong electromagnet head in place with a lock and key. Even so, Feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at the witch trials. Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. This is where I'm going to end it. Holy crap! I'm gonna save on this one. Sarah's in big trouble. Unless he was controlled. Hello, Aina, welcome. Unless she was controlled by... She was controlled by something, but... Again, I feel like... The thing is, she said that she doesn't remember what happened. So... Could it be that Jung... I don't think Jung would have done it either. But the thing is, we need a clear evidence that someone did this to him. I really don't think Isaac had anything to do with it. Isaac broke up with him. He was like, I'm out. Do whatever you want. Whatever. Other than him and Jung, there are no other real people. Unless the guy who showed us around the building, or Jess, but like, why would Jess kill him, like, really? Or how? This is very convoluted. And I can't wait to see where this is going. So yeah. I guess next Wednesday we're going to be continuing where we left off. I still think he didn't drink the poison. I also feel like he didn't. All the inhalers all around are just way too tacky. But they keep saying that they feel like the thing came from liquid. I don't know. We'll figure out tomorrow. So yeah. This Friday, as I said again, we are going to be playing Goose Goose Duck. We currently have like 10 players for sure that will join the game, maybe even more. But if anyone wants to join, make sure to first be part of the Discord server, be 18 and above, you know, all the gist. Agree that you're going to be filmed, don't say outrageous things. You can spray liquid, fair, but like, why would you? Like, into his face? Like, he didn't realize it. And I feel like if it came, like... I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna see next week. We're gonna have to sit in agonizing discomfort and burning curiosity for another week, but I think we can handle that. Also, next week Wilds come out, so that's going to be an excitement to, well, be excited for. That was a sentence that I just said with my own two mouths. It is literally almost 12, clearly. Anyhow, I'm going to go. I have to do things, and this was a long stream once more, and I got really convoluted at the evidence part. It's way too fast for me to read, so there's gonna be a lot of reloading even next stream. I would like to already say that. Please expect it to happen. And without further ado, I'm going to go. Make sure to like the stream because that helps a lot. Again, you can follow me on all my social medias. Do join the Discord if you really feel like you want to play Goose Goose Duck. It's gonna be silly, it's gonna be fun. Try to have working decent mics. I know that the game has its own issues occasionally, and it has obviously a proxy chat, but a working mic is really needed, otherwise you cannot have fun. And it helps the recording quality too, so like, you know, just a please for me. Anyways, thank you so much again, and I can't wait to see you guys in 2 days. Bye-bye.